go kind of thing. Or the whole like I wouldn't worry about them picking him because I don't think they're so that was the thing with Brian Brom is like the Brian Brom pick is everyone forgets now because he was just a flat out bust, but the dude was like a top 10 lock his junior year until he blew his knee out. Then he came back as a senior, wasn't quite as good, but had had lost some weapons and was coming back from the ACL and stuff like that. So there was a longer track record for Brom than there was for Levis, and I liked Brom better than Levis, if that makes any sense. So if anything, if Levis is sitting there at 42, expect Green Bay to run the timer down to 6:59 because they're probably trying to just field whatever calls they can at that point. But so far, so good.
Yeah, I think Levis for me is kind of like this is what should have happened with Zach Wilson a couple of years ago. I mean, I didn't understand the Zach Wilson thing at all, and I don't understand the Levis thing at all. And even then, I think Levis is better than Zach Wilson was, to be honest.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think and the thing is that he's such a Packersy type quarterback, but also it's like I think they kind of can't take one in the first 2 rounds purely just because they've committed to Jordan Love in this way. Honestly, in the 3rd round, I'd be kind of happy with it if he does last that long. But it's just it is hard to kind of to predict where it's going to end up. I've seen like Tennessee as an option, and I think that would be kind of funny if they managed to get him in the 2nd round here. But there's another one of those things that's like the value was kind of confusing, the way he was in his inflated value from kind of draft media.
Like I said, I think a lot of it is he looks like he's tall, well built kind of thing, and then has a strong arm. The stereotypical prototype of what a lot of teams want in a quarterback. And Tennessee just moved up, so we'll see what's happening there.
Well, the thing. No, I'm going to jump in since I have a minute here. With the Will Levis thing, what's interesting is if you follow the Mock Draftables website, his comp is Jordan Love. So it makes me wonder if he falls to one of the 2nd round picks, if they could do a Brian Brom with him and take him, because if they love Love, then why wouldn't they also like what Levis could bring to the field? But we've got another special guest in here. Let's go ahead and get him in. Cue a Dan himself, Dan Kotnick. What's happening, Dano?
Straight away.
Bang, right off the bat. Let's get it out of the way.
Good to see you, Dan.
How's it going, guys? Good to see y'all.
See you, Dan.
Dano, what jersey are you repping tonight?
I've got the throwback Jerry Alexander jersey, baby.
Nice.
This is my go-to now.
I guess
it was funny.
My jersey on, shouldn't I?
Leading up to the draft, I was like, why did they pick Jair? I mean, Jair is a good guy to pick from the Packers, but I was like, why did they pick Jair? And I was like, oh, it's 2023.
All right, Dan, we've gotten everybody's opinion so far. So, and if I remember right, if you go back to our mock draft for Outback Packers, Dano was there, and he made a special selection at number 1. This is your time to gloat there, buddy.
Yeah, I mean that was I wanted I wanted Jackson Smith and Jigba in that mock. I made the trade to move up because when I was doing mock drafts, this was a couple weeks ago. It seemed like in recent weeks he started to fall a lot farther, and kind of not surprising he fell to about where he did. But like I was seeing like he wasn't going to make it past like pick 11 or 12, and I jumped up to 10 in that mock draft to grab Jackson Smith and Jigba. When I saw the news that the Lions were going to pull the biggest Lions move and draft a running back inside the top 12, I was like, oh my God, it's gonna happen.
Tennessee just did it.
Oh, there he goes.
Yep. So I know a lot of people can breathe a sigh of relief right now, but
Okay, guys, I'm gonna yell at you. Quit pick tipping because it hasn't happened on my
are you
screen
behind?
yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll count to 50.
Okay. I'll, but yeah, so
I will boot you both in a heartbeat. You see this finger right here? This is my booter.
I was bummed. I was bummed that they didn't pull the trigger on that because, like, you know, there's just a million reasons why I would love to have him on my team. But the more that you kind of think about it, and you think about it a little bit more logically, a little bit more with the way that Brian Gutekunst, you know, runs drafts usually. This is exactly kind of the pick he would go for, and I'm good with it. I love it. It's a pick for me that I think it's been kind of said by a lot of people, especially I think some people that I know we'll see on here later, is it's a pick that I'm going to feel a lot better about if depending on how rounds 2 and 3 go. Because if you can get a one of those top flight tight ends and a wide receiver here in the second and third round, then I'll feel much, much better about the Van Ness pick in the first round. But I still like it no matter what. It's a position of need. It's a position that the Packers value very heavily, and as it's been kind of highlighted after the pick, you go back and look at all those games after Rashawn Gary went down, and that Packers pass rush was dead on arrival. Like, there was nobody getting past. Like, to a certain point, and this is I don't mean to say this is a slight, like, Kenny Clark was becoming one of the top pass rushers, which, like, that's not really his main job, is not to, like, be the main pass rusher. He's supposed to be a guy that just, you know, breaks up plays and gets in there. Like,
yeah,
you need to get pressure from the edges. Like that.
Yeah.
That's where you win. And yeah, he'll come in. I think he's going to probably contribute, like, right off the bat. We might see some growing pains early on, but I think he's going to basically what he would have developed and learned in his senior year at Iowa, he's going to learn this year, you know? And so I think we're going to be pretty happy with this guy for the foreseeable future.
I'm happy right now, Dano. I actually have been considering spending the money to get the jersey, but then I don't want to be a Jimmy and jinx this guy right off the bat.
Where are you guys at on this stream?
Well,
so
Joe definitely hasn't seen it.
Yeah, I'm seeing Detroit's pick right now.
Yeah, it just says pick is in on me right now. So.
Okay,
because I'm following purely through Twitter, because in Australia the streams are like 5 picks behind. So.
You mean they're not broadcasting it live on air, Nick?
Is it the same for you, Peter? Are you super delayed out of that?
I'm pretty good. I've seen the pick. In fact, I'm into the third round, guys.
The draft's over, dude. Like,
Peter's actually getting ready for the Super Bowl. We're getting ready for the Super Bowl at this point.
So is Jordan Love good? Did you learn that?
Oh, he's excellent.
Oh no!
Yeah, there's your boy.
Oh man, the Lions just continue to do these weird moves, man. I don't get it at all.
Well, now that one makes sense.
This one makes more sense.
This
would have made more sense if this was their pick at 12 than their pick at 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
Even then, I don't know, man. Like, I don't like Laporta as much as some of the other guys. I mean, I would prefer to have Musgrave over Laporta personally, but I mean, again, it's just a value thing when they haven't taken any other positions of value when they go with a tight end. Again, it's just a bit like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm a bit biased, but I feel like there's so many good trench players on the board still.
I think Detroit feels good about their. Yeah, they are. Okay. I think Detroit feels good about their O-line, and apparently from what they did in the first round, they like their D-line too. So I guess they're feeling they're in the need for more specialty players kind of thing and stuff. But yeah,
Sure.
Well, they
like I
needed
said,
a tight end. They
Yeah,
traded
since-
Hawkinson. I can't even
Oh,
think of who
man.
their tight end is off the top of my head.
Weren't they running with the guy from Pittsburgh for a bit there? I don't think he played this year, but that was like the last tight end I can remember. He had the same name as that motorcycle guy. Somebody help me out.
Oh, was Jesse James really with
Jesse
them?
James.
No, I don't think he was there.
I don't. Yeah, I think he was. I think I'm a year behind.
Oh no.
That motorcycle guy. I was thinking that well-known tight end Harley Davidson.
And see, I don't think the motorcycle guy for Jesse James, because I'm an Old West type guy, so I was thinking the Outlaw, but
right.
But I was like Peter. I was thinking Triumph, Harley, Kawasaki.
Oh yeah, he hasn't been with Detroit in a couple of years.
Yeah.
He was with Cleveland.
Where are you guys on the thing now?
I'm on commercial.
I'm
Yeah,
on a
commercial.
commercial saying that
Okay.
the Raiders pick is in.
The schedule release is okay.
Okay.
I think they're going right back to the draft now.
I won't say anything.
Can
I'm still on
Can I
Verizon.
address something in here?
Well, I don't know.
The fact that our pick comes in the first round, and I have to sit and watch the Jonas Brothers for 10 minutes before they even decide to talk about the first round pick. We're not talking about fourth, fifth round, bench player here. The first round pick. I was sitting there. I was going through some feelings with the Jonas Brothers last night.
You were
I
dancing
saw you
along
losing
to
it a little bit.
Dan knows every single word of every single one of their songs. We know it.
Dan wrote the South Park episode. That is one of the best South Park episodes.
That is a classic one. I love it.
Woo!
I've
Woo!
tried to convince my wife. My wife is a huge Jonas Brothers fan. I've tried to convince her to watch that one. I haven't done it yet.
Nick, I'm
Oh,
gonna come down there and beat you if I see any more messages like that in in the group chat, because I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I kind of tuned out after the pick. I went immediately to Photoshop and started editing, doing jersey swap, trying to figure out how to do a jersey swap. And of course, he has to pick a number from a defensive line. So now all the guys that I'm finding to take a jersey off of them are big.
No, you got to go back to what's his face? You got to go get a picture from the late '80s and get Bennett's picture.
Oh God, could you imagine trying to do that? I have a hard enough time doing the newer pictures.
Hold on, I have a coffee table book from the team's '93 season. You just have to scan the picture in, and then it'll be on par with Aaron's photoshopping. Just because of the quality of photo used, not your abilities.
Who's seeing the Raiders pick here?
Just saw it.
Yeah.
It's still saying they're recapping the trade right now on mine.
Oh, no.
Okay, you're about 30 seconds away.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, this is like the Lions again. I just don't understand the Lions.
Yeah, this one really kind of...
Well, I think I've already got spoiled by it because of Nick, but
honestly, I don't think that is gonna make Groot move up. I think he looks at it as, if anything, they've still got options. Yeah, so Michael Mayer has just gone. So, that's two tight ends. There's still Musgrave. There's still, excuse me, Washington. We don't know where the team stands on that situation. But I think, if anything, Groot will be like, well, there's no receivers have gone yet. As I knock on my Koa table here. But
could they theoretically go Kuntz in the second? Or do you think that's still high for him?
it's all projection, right? I mean, we saw Richard Rodgers go in the 3rd round, so okay, like putting it in retrospect, if they believe in him that much, and based on his last year film, and even playing through injury this year, you could see him be like a Nick Collins kind of pick and stuff. And it's one of those that I don't think it would be the wildest thing to do, but also I wouldn't let that be my only tight end pick this draft, if anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
like,
I think they're gonna go for 2 at least.
Like I still would want like a Luke Schoonmaker. Like I want someone who's
Could they go Schoonmaker in the 2nd? I know a lot of people have him as like a late.
I feel like that's a real reach.
I think, and Dan knows how much Jacob Westendorf and I like Schoonmaker, but
yeah,
Schoonmaker is one of those, like, he's a plug and play guy, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna get kind of like Donald Lee level play out of him with more athletic upside out of it, kind of thing and stuff. But picking someone this high in the 2nd round, you're hoping that he's a game breaker of some sort on either side, and I think Schoonmaker is just going to be one of those, like, he's your tight end to really reliable kind of thing. And I think in this offense, he could have a pretty big impact because, you saw it a little bit at Michigan where he's running a lot of those digs, drags, post routes and stuff like that. The thing I like about him is he actually like has arms that match his height out of this, because this tight end class is like really short armed for whatever reason. It was something that Brian Mafia and I were kind of joking about last night is like just how kind of catch radius anemic this tight end class. And the one that I was joking about is Josh Weil, the guy who took over for DeGuara, and he has shorter arms than DeGuara does, which
was it like 31, 30?
Yeah, so like DeGuara has him beat by like an eighth or a quarter of an inch or something, which there's a lot of those kind of guys. I mean, like Skoronski is, and not all at the same position, obviously, but Skoronski is one of them. Ryan Hayes, our Michigan left tackle, he's 6'7" with 32-inch arms, which means he's a T-Rex and explains a lot of his troubles blocking on the edge kind of thing. So yeah, there's just a lot of those guys in this class where, I mean, Cody Mauch is another one. It's kind of funny where, so like in terms of like looking at the quote unquote the physical package and what wanting a guy to look like he fits a position, Schoonmaker and Musgrave are the two that like physically are, they're the 6'5" and above with the longer arms and the big hands kind of thing and stuff. But I do think if the tight ends kind of run, I think personally what I'd rather see is, okay, Goot goes, all right, well, if tight ends ran, that means receivers dropped kind of thing. And I'm not going to cry if he comes out. I don't know if he would necessarily, but I'm not going to cry if he comes out of here with like Mingo and Tillman or
Mingo or bust, buddy.
You're talking dirty now, Mike. You're talking dirty.
Or like Tillman and Hyatt or something like that. The one that Brian and I were joking about is just for shits and giggles, Goot's gonna pick Keon White if he doesn't go in the next 4 picks.
I was thinking Schoonmaker just because he fits the athletic profile. I mean, his RAS was like 9.85. So, Goot has always been about the RAS. Even though they like to say they don't do RAS scores, it's pretty
whatever their RAS is, whatever their equivalent is,
they have
an equivalent. Yeah.
Right. So you can't tell me that if Schoonmaker's RAS is sitting at 9.85, theirs isn't near that, considering all the rest of them.
If anything, so, I think he's more a guy you move up from
trade down on the second round pick and maybe take Schoonmaker later in the 2nd. I'm not saying they're going to, but it's just obvious that they like the RAS scores, and Schoonmaker has a hell of a RAS. And I hate saying that being he's a Michigan player. Ryan, you know what I'm talking about.
All right, I'm with you, buddy.
All right, so the Rams selection is in. Okay,
yeah.
I've seen it. We're good. It makes sense, but I really don't know much. I don't know much about him. It makes sense, though, for them.
He was my favorite guard in the class next to Mork. Oh, sorry, Skoronski. Sorry.
Did you guys see the GIF going around of Van Ness where he just obliterated Peter Skoronski?
Yeah, I mean,
He
Peter
killed him.
Skoronski and Paris Johnson. Like those are the two. Those are
and
the
Dewan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Skoronski. It's not surprising because he's at like he's at a pretty big reach disadvantage kind of thing. Paris was the one that I was kind of like, oh, okay, because Paris has arms that could reach me out here, kind of thing. So
if you go back and watch that Ohio State game that he played in, like he really was kind of one of the only people out there that was able to kind of corral any part of the Ohio State offense. Really, like that's what it felt like to me, at least.
It's kind of like what I pointed to with Rashawn, where people were like, "Oh, what is Rashawn?" But I'm like, just go watch his three, even his true freshman year. Just go watch his 3 Ohio State games, because every time he's played Ohio State, he's had a good game. And how statistically how good, it's only been a matter of how much he played based on his freshman year. There were 2 seniors who were starting over him, kind of thing. Right. But yeah, it's kind of the same. Like I know they're not quite the same player, but a lot of the projection and how he's going to be used early on is going to be a lot of what they had Rashawn do. And the thing that I do. The thing I do like about Van Ness over what Rashawn was is Van Ness is a lot more disciplined in terms of maintaining proper leverage to the quarterback, because Rashawn, we still see it from Rashawn as a pro even, but he has a habit of trying to speed rush and win the edge kind of thing. Whereas Van Ness is just like, as Westendorf always says, just run through a mother effer's face. And it's what Barry prefers out of his edges. And that was the thing that Mafia and I were kind of laughing about last night, is it's like not everyone, I want to say, but a lot of people fought, especially the 2 of us, on why we had Edge as our number 1 pick and our tier 1 for the first round. And it's like, because it's a need. It was a need even if Rashawn didn't get hurt last year. And where they were picking, we both like Smith and Jigba, but we both have concerns that Green Bay's luck, we're going to pick him and he's a slot only kind of guy. We think he's still going to be a good receiver kind of thing and stuff. But if you pick a receiver 13, he's got to be like your pretty definitive wide receiver 1 in the future kind of thing and stuff like that. So that was always the hold up.
Had the Seattle pick, which was Derek Hall, which I liked Hall. I wouldn't have been surprised if he would have went late first round, but it's Seattle's really putting together a hell of a draft so far.
I was about to say Seattle's been like kind of quietly having a really fucking good draft.
John Snyder took the wheel back from Pete Carroll.
Yeah. He said, "This is mine, motherfucker." Sorry if you got kids watching us.
I mean, how many years have the Seahawks taken? I was like
Jordan Brooks,
Collier, and Jordan Brooks. Yeah, and then now in the past 2 years, they're just absolutely on fire. Like, oh man, I really, really love their picks.
All right, so we got Atlanta trading up, and it says the pick is in. So we got to wait. I got to wait for the selection, but I liked Hall. I thought he was one of the top edge. So he didn't really fall that far out of the first round, and we'll see what Seattle can do with him, but it kind of scares me that Seattle's putting together these drafts and they could be returning to prominence if they can get him a quarterback. I mean, Geno Smith did all right, but how long can that last? I mean, this is 1 year out of his how long he's been in the league.
Wow. He's been in the league like 12 years.
Yeah.
Well, board is looking pretty for Green Bay. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. They have John Abraham out there. I didn't even see the lineup.
Wow.
I didn't see the lineup on who's all calling picks tonight. I know Green Bay's is
Leroy. That's the only one that matters.
Leroy. Yeah. And if anybody's watching this, I did email that Nathan, sorry, I don't know what your last name is, but we definitely are trying to get Leroy on to the Outback Packers podcast.
Nice.
So if you're watching this, Nathan, hit me up, check my email, hit me up in DMs or whatever, and let's get this set up. And I forgot to mention this. This is not only a milestone that this is our first ever live stream, which you could tell by how sloppy it's been, but
Speak for yourself.
it is also our 30th episode of Outback Packers.
All
Really?
right.
We made
Oh my
it to
God.
30.
30, fucking hell.
So, that feels pretty good to get us up to that high. And
30,
so,
oh my God.
yeah, can you believe it? But Dan over there, who's been doing this, a dozen years, hasn't seen 30 in a while. So
Does that mean I've been on 10% of your episodes? I think so.
Yeah, if you want to do the math.
Yeah.
I don't do math.
If you're a nerd.
Nerd. You and Kawano. Kawano's been... Yeah,
Only
Kawano-
because they haven't found someone better.
Kawano fits our schedule a little bit better.
That's the story of my life.
Where are you guys in the draft?
Carolina is
Carolina's
on
on
the
the
Carolina to pick.
on the clock. Yeah.
I won't say
What do we
anything.
think of the? I know this is a weird one, but what are we thinking of the draft caps this year?
I've honestly never been I've never really liked any of the. I'm hard to please with draft caps and sideline caps. I don't know. I'm classic.
Yeah, see, I like a lot of the.
I love the
crucial
old
catch.
school. I love the old school like '90s stuff, man. Bring more of that back. Where it all looks like it was done in like clip art or something,
Yeah, they're definitely not putting a lot. Now, like I said, I like the crucial catch hat though. They really did make that.
Joe, so what you do? I would just not go into the Twitter chat for the rest of the draft.
Yep.
To be honest.
Yeah,
I'm
stay out of
gonna
that.
Kick you in the nuts.
Hey, I didn't
Wait,
do
who's
it this
trying to
time. It was
protect you?
Brian. It was Brian this time.
No, I'm not in it. I've been having to look at my phone every so often because
Yeah,
wanna make
would
sure
just-
All I
Streams
saw,
in that
all I saw was Kawano's response in it, and so that's what drew me in. You son of a bitch!
Come get me.
hey, I'm gonna send Nick's kangaroo army after your ass. You're close enough.
Customs won't let them through the state border.
Hey, you didn't
Right
see
to
what
the
I said?
Honolulu
These guys
Zoo.
are Navy SEAL kangaroos. They'll friggin' find a way. Black Ops. Or the drop bears. You never see a drop bear coming.
A lion versus a tuna and 10,000 of his buddies. You was
You
that
are
bad?
outgunned.
You were outgunned and outmanned.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
We
Peter,
like
how are
lions.
you handling all this goofiness right now? You're pretty quiet over there.
We will create.
I haven't got the
serious
foggiest
breathing
idea what's
apparatus.
going on.
Peter don't want no scrubs.
He's already done with the draft. He already knows. He knows.
He knows what he knows the next two Super Bowl winners.
I'm in the 2025 draft, guys.
Just
and the
let
Packers
just
and if you want to know, the Packers are picking 32nd.
okay. I was just gonna say, just as long as they're not picking number 1 overall. Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but I'm hoping the Packers don't get number 1 overall by losing bad, but I would at least love to see them pick number 1 overall at some point in my life.
It would be kind of
Agreed.
fun. I think they would handle it so well.
So what we're rooting for is next year draft in Detroit, which you guys are all coming to my house for.
Damn right.
I'll be there.
The Jets go 0-17. We win the Super Bowl, and we're picking 1-32. Bam! Thanks for playing.
There you go. I like how you think. And Rodgers has to play at least 65% of the time.
Exactly.
He can't get hurt. He's got to play at least 65% of the time. I'm for it. Did you hear that, script writers for the NFL? Because we all know it's predetermined. Now, what do you guys feel about the Bryce Young pick? I mean, I know he's a solid player.
I'm still waiting for Joe to see this pick that's just come in.
Well, the way you guys are talking about it is probably Mingo. So, and Dan just give it away with his face, so it's probably Mingo.
I'm not going to say anything.
This is where I'm glad my damn camera isn't working. This is why I don't gamble. I have a terrible shit ass face.
Shit, I've known how to play poker since I was like 2 years old. I can tell. I can read faces. Jonathan Stewart, that's another blast from the past.
I know, right?
So yeah,
I'm enjoying this. This is like a 90s like reunion tour of like players. I'm digging this.
So if New Orleans does pick here, their pick is going to be read by Roman. Give me the oxygen mask Harper.
So now, was it Mingo? Because my stream
it
just
was Mingo.
Yeah,
it was Mingo.
The Panthers.
And
that's a bummer. That's a bummer.
It sucks because I'd love him on the Packers, but it's also great because we don't have to see him like twice a year.
True. Yeah,
I can still root for him.
Yeah,
yeah. I think we're also at the point where I don't think they're going to be affected by like the run or anything like that. But I think that kind of does, as the pool dries up, it's kind of one of those like, okay, we got to take the guy that we like kind of thing before they're all gone and stuff. It's not like going to be necessarily like the Lacey situation where we were able to move back and still get Lacey kind of thing. So,
okay,
we'll see.
Who's the guy by Rich Eisen?
Oh, I missed it.
Oh, what's his face? Damn it, college football with Gus Johnson on Fox.
Oh, okay. Joe Klatt?
Thank you. Yeah, I was totally blanking on
Klatt. There's not been a big hullabaloo about him because I can't remember what pick it was. But he goes, well, one of the pluses about him is he had both parents. And I'm like,
I totally missed that. I think because I had.
What are you talking about?
I totally missed that yesterday. I haven't seen anything about that. Yeah.
You guys remember that draft during COVID when like every single like
was
player
depressing.
bio was like, it's like his dad died and then his family was like killed in a train wreck, and it's like every single player had something new. It's like, oh my god, what the fuck?
I feel like they.
And he goes, well, he grew up with both parents and they were military parents. It's like, okay, I can understand the military parent part of it, but what the hell does the both parent, a single parent can't do as well as two parents?
Yeah. I feel like they really overcorrected this year in the first round because it was like you remember that show Next on MTV where it was like they'd show a profile of somebody and it's like three of the most random ass facts, like hates peanut butter and jelly, and like it was like every time they like shows like, all right, here's this guy who punches people in the mouth for a living and he's been doing it for 8 years and he's like he loves puppies and what?
Yeah, I was flabbergasted. I just sat there stunned because I was like, oh, Twitter is going to kill him. And I haven't seen anything about it. So I guess people didn't take it like I took it. Maybe I'm too woke.
Okay, that's a good pick. That's a good pick for Packers.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm still on Saint selection.
R.I.P. Brian.
Wow.
Who's making the pick? I can't recognize him.
That's Roman Harper. Roman, I need the oxygen mask, Harper. Roman.
Sorry, my box is really small because I got the stream up.
So this means now, if the Packers stay here at 42 and pick, you have a chance. You can go either. You'll have an opportunity to have either Luke Musgrave, Darnell Washington, or Jalen Hyatt.
Or Cedric Tillman. Yeah.
Or Cedric Tillman.
Or Tucker Kraft.
Or
You know,
Tucker
the
Kraft.
thing is I could see them going. I could see Hyatt because there was early smoke about him with the Packers, where they said that they viewed him like they did Olave.
Yeah.
But then I could see them going really off the wall and taking like an offensive lineman just to
True.
piss everybody
Just to
off.
piss everybody off. Although, you know, I mean,
Tackle will be nice.
Brian Branch is sitting there, and I'm curious if they'll just go defense again, because that's
I don't think
but
I don't think
Branch's Raz is just out
I
of this.
know.
I think if he was there at 78, that might be
Sure.
where they kind of reconcile it, kind of thing. Because
sure.
And
like Mafia and I were talking about it last night. I think Inagbare went in the 5th round because they really liked his film, but his RAS was like above average. And round 5 is where they were like, the film is just too good to pass up on this guy one more time, kind of thing. And I'm not sure where they hit that point.
Keon
with Branch.
White's still on the board. Fuck you, Muffy. I know you're listening to this. Fuck you.
Oh, he's put it out there already. He put it on his day 2 mock draft.
Well, you've got Kuntz out there too, and if you go by the draft board that Nick posted in our group chat,
that was Brian.
that's Brian's, or Brian posted it. Okay, well, I'm sorry I said fuck you, Brian, for that moment, but fuck you for the other thing. So you got Kuntz.
Packers are on the clock.
Yep.
They are?
Yep. Yeah, yeah.
I haven't even seen Arizona's pick yet.
The same thing happened to me yesterday.
Because
okay. I get what you're saying. I was like, oh my god, how far back am I?
As we sit in some kind of 5G commercial.
I feel like it's gonna be. I feel like the pick's gonna be Musgrave. That's what I would bet on.
I'm thinking it's one of the Tennessee kids.
I would love Tillman. Man, I would love Tillman.
Yeah, because I mean, as much as Hyatt would be like this amazing pickup just because of his athletic ability, I think he's just another Christian Watson.
And I think he's even more limited than Christian Watson.
My thing is, I would get Tillman now, and then if Hyatt's still there at 45, if you don't like the tight ends that are left, kind of thing, I might take Hyatt there, kind of thing. But get the guy in. As much as I really do believe in Hyatt's upside, I think Tillman has a more. I mean, he's Jordy Nelson. Like he's basically Jordy Nelson, like athletically, build wise, kind of thing.
Or they're gonna blow you all out of the way and take Marvin Mims.
Seriously.
As long as it's not Rashee Rice. Okay, the pick is in, by the way. So,
all right. Well, I still haven't seen
Arizona.
Yeah, I haven't seen Arizona's pick. So shut up, Nick, or I'm gonna boot you. Get that finger out. All right. So now that I have somewhat of a brain trust here, do I go ahead and get the Van Ness jersey? Do I risk being a Jimmy? I hope Jimmy's watching with as much as I've mentioned being a Jimmy.
I think because here's my thing. If it was me and they picked Njigba as an Ohio State guy, I'm getting that jersey. So I'm going to tell you, yes, get the jersey.
All right, we got one for yes.
Yeah, I would say do it. I bought my Rashawn jersey when I went to a game that season.
Gotcha. All right, Nick, Pete, what do you think?
Sorry, what was the question? I missed that.
If I should just go ahead and get the Van Ness jersey.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh, well, Pete, what do you think?
I mean, I'm just the one sitting here with
yeah, why not?
All right, I'll have it ordered by the end of the night.
Go!
He doesn't even know what he's answering yes to.
What's funny to me, you guys talking about photoshopping a player with number 90. When I heard that he was wearing number 90, Ezra Johnson was the guy that came to my mind, and all that does is show my age.
Pete, you are got such a brain for the history of the Packers that you could have probably popped somebody up from the 20s, and it wouldn't have surprised me. Did they even wear number 90 in the 1920s?
I have to make it clear that I wasn't there. I wasn't standing on the sideline with Curly Lambeau.
Okay. All right. So there's the Arizona pick finally.
I haven't seen it yet. Mine froze again, so just a second. I'm seeing Aeneas. I got it back up. Aeneas Williams is talking. God, that's another name. I still remember when he picked off Favre all those times in that friggin' playoff game against the Rams. What was it? He picked him off. He himself picked him off like 3 times.
At least 3. It might have been 4.
What?
That's a good pick. I like that. I know that's Mafi's guy. Brian really liked Ojulari.
Foskey was Brian's guy as well.
Yeah, but he really liked it. When I invited Brian on, the first guy he said I needed to watch was Ojulari because he compared him to Clay Matthews. So that, which obviously
the thing with that is that they just don't seem interested in taking speed bend guys at edge. They sign him in undrafted free agency. That's the funny part. But they don't seem interested in drafting any of them.
Pick is in for the Packers according to this.
I got a shot of the war room. I'm waiting to see if I can see Wes Hodquist running around the background.
Unfortunately,
that's another one. Wes,
wait,
if
what
you
the hell's Goodell doing out here?
Yeah, wait, what?
Not show up?
Oh, is Brian?
I don't know. I see the guy in the cheese head. Okay, now I see the war room.
Good. Yes. No.
Who's that guy? No, the tall guy that just walked into the war room.
Oh, I don't know. Is that
That wasn't Van Ness.
No. That was a coach. I don't know
where's
who
Leroy
our
at?
position coach is.
But anyway, Wes, if you happen to see this, we want you on Outback Packer also. There you go, Musgrave.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Oh my God!
He's the ultimate Packers.
I've got to show you this. I kind of tweeted it earlier. I can't believe this, man. Okay, Dano, you remember when I said on our mock draft that I had like 4 mock drafts that I was picking from on what I was going to need to choose for that to finalize it? I don't know if you guys can read that, but that's one of the mock drafts.
Does it just say Luke Musgraves no matter what?
No, it actually went Van Ness at pick 15, Musgrave at pick 45.
What do you got at 40? Oh, okay. So you didn't. Okay.
Oh yeah, because Joe didn't do a trade in his one.
Yeah,
watch the Jets take a fucking wide receiver here.
Now, if we go by obviously one of the things isn't going to happen because I had Mingo going in the 4th round in this one, but the next one for round 3 would be Gervin Dexter. So if they take him in round 2, I'm going to consider that a win because I didn't have a second rounder in my mock draft. But I can't believe I have it. I've nailed 2 of them so far.
Did the Jets fly in the ugliest fans to the draft?
I don't know. I'm still on the guy talking about who took Rappaport's spot. I can't think of what his name is.
I'm Joe. Brian's in the thing if you want to let him in.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to let him in.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
There's Brian Maffey. We were just bad-mouthing you. I mean, talking about you.
Oh, I know. Always.
What the fuck is that? Sorry, people with children.
That's a Brian Maffey.
Sorry, Brian's kid. Sorry, Brian's children. Whatever was on that Jets fan's head.
It's Brian's kid. He's heard worse.
Yeah, they've heard worse.
Ooh, the brick shot.
Right, so we'll wait for the Jet pick, and then Brian, I want to hear your opinions on both Van Ness and Musgraves. So give us just a second for the Jets. Maybe unless they catch a commercial.
That would there was no commercial in the Packers pick.
Yeah,
it's a good pick for the Jets as well.
Okay, now I see Jet selection. I can't believe I'm that far behind everybody.
You are, because I saw the Mustang pick like 5 minutes ago.
Must be Jabrikashaw Ferguson, man. That's another name from the past.
Yep. That was a good player.
Yeah, he was.
Wasn't there a rumor at one time that they tried to they were going to release him and the Packers were interested in picking him up? Okay, I see the pick.
Something like that.
Out of Wisconsin.
Something like that. And then when they heard Green Bay was interested, they were like, nah, we're just kidding.
Yeah. Now that's going to be an interesting one because we all know how Rodgers loves his rookie centers.
Yeah. I'm surprised it wasn't JMC. Oh, JMS, sorry. John Michael Schmitz.
JMC? You mean CMC?
Run GMC.
Run DMC.
All right, Brian. So what do you think of Van Ness and Musgraves for the Packers?
Well, you know Van Ness sucks because he went to Iowa.
That's it. You're gone.
Nah, but me and Kawano we did a quick Twitter Twitter thing yesterday. Faces or whatever.
Because it was basically
basically just me and Kawano. It was me and Kawano, and then with that Christopher guy, he popped in for 5 minutes and then he was gone. So it was just mostly me and Kawano. But yeah, we all talked about it a million times. I mean, he's the Packers' prototypical edge rusher. Big, long arms. Strong power rusher. All that good stuff. That young, lots of upside. Still has a lot of work to do with his. Basically, learn how to rush the passer, learn some moves and stuff, some counters. Being able to string moves together, stuff like that. Loses his balance sometimes, so he needs to improve that. But he's going to play, of course, with Gary recovering. Because he's going to have to play early. So he won't be exactly be on the. He won't exactly be on the Gary plan.
Right, I think they could slow him in because they still have Ignagbare and Smith that they could rotate in Van Ness. But yeah, he's going to get playing time. But,
100%.
So what do you think about Musgraves?
He's like a split out like I said a million times. He's like Mike Gesicki basically. He's like a split out tight end. You're not going to use him in line a lot. He's not that good of a blocker, but he can get up the seam. He can run fast. You can throw him those bombs and stuff. I mean, Aaron Rodgers probably wouldn't have used him, but Jordan Love probably will.
Yeah, that's what I always love about how Packers fans are all, well, they need to take a first-round receiver. They need to do this in the first round. But we all know how Rodgers is. Rodgers
especially
used him.
It's not even just Rodgers.
Yeah.
It's not just Rodgers. It's just the front office. That's just how they do things. Right, wrong, or indifferent. That's just how they operate.
Yeah, but in LaFleur's system, they always it's supposed to be a tight end heavy system, and,
right?
It's hard to run that system when you've got a quarterback that won't use what you've got.
Won't use the middle of the field.
Yeah, and my thing just froze again, so I didn't get to see the.
Yeah, he's got the blinders for the middle of the field. You know how the horses wear the blinders? It's like the other way around. It blocks everything in the middle, and you can see on the outside.
Yeah, I have something I'm working on that, and I got in a little Twitter spat with some guy who, because someone tweeted, or Dusty tweeted Watson making a catch on a dig late in the Chicago game, and I was like, it's a nice catch, it's a bad throw, and he's like, oh yes, because Aaron sucks, and I'm like, he does on throws to the middle of the field. He's so allergic to the middle of the field that he's trying to avoid it, and in doing so, he's throwing more interceptable balls because of it, because they're high and behind, which is the two worst things you can do and stuff, but. Yeah, Westendorf kind of made a point about it. It's as much as we do think they need a Y, I mean, Goot hasn't picked many of them, but he has Jace was more of a move tight end kind of thing and stuff. And then, DeGuara doesn't really count as a tight end. So we haven't seen him. Not that there has been a Y that everyone's yeah, that's the best Y tight end we've seen in 5 years kind of thing. But even in terms of a lower prospect kind of thing, we haven't seen even a developmental guy picked in that stuff. But yeah, I do think we're going to see a shift in terms of how the offense is run, and they probably will load up on tight end moving forward, whether it's Love or, if it's a different guy after that kind of thing. But I think they're just so devoid of talent. They got to come out with 2 from this draft. So, but here we go. We're back on the board.
Well, with them taking Musgrave, that leaves still a chance for your boy Schoonmaker.
Yes.
Yeah, Schoonmaker later on. Julius Brents for Colts, so that puts the Packers on the clock.
So
Tennessee boys are there.
So are Packers on the clock for you guys?
Yeah, right now they are because I just saw the Colts pick.
They traded up?
KSU.
Yeah, Colt.
Green Bay moved back.
Oh.
Move back?
Three spots.
Move back 3 spots?
From 45.
Okay.
So for half a second there, I forgot that
they had the 2 second-rounders, Brian.
I know. For half a second.
And then 45.
Yeah, I know. For half a second, I forgot. And I was like, wait, they just picked.
All right, what kicker are the Lions picking right now?
Yeah, the Lions. Yeah, Jake Moody.
I know.
Oh God,
make money, Moody.
Moody. No, don't forget, Moody's going in the 4th round.
Yeah. So, what did they show the parameters of the trade? What?
No, they went to commercial break.
The trade yet.
Even in a Green Bay trade, they go to commercial break.
Always. They see the Packers are like, commercial time. Anything to do with Green Bay, they're like commercials.
It's I think Green Bay was coming up and they're like, we're gonna take our commercial break, and they're like, oh shit, we've gone too far.
Hit the button.
Well, they have to be back for New England, you know.
The missiles are in the air. The missiles are in the air.
They got to show Bill Belichick.
We're gonna get the old TV timeout, kickoff, end of quarter TV timeout in a bit because we're all the way back. We moved all the way back to 48, so we're literally gonna come back. The Lions pick this. New England, so Washington, and commercial break.
Packers got 48 and 159. That's a 5th, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they regained a 5th after giving up a 5th for
11 picks higher than the one they sent out, I think.
So they trade back to 48, you said?
Yeah,
to 48.
Okay, yeah, that's not bad. It's only a few picks. I did my mock earlier. I think I traded back from 45 to 50 or 54. Something like that.
I think the Chargers won.
So do you think that says that they're ready to just take a... To me, that says they're going to take an offensive weapon, wide receiver or tight end, and they just know whoever's there in 3 picks, we'll still be there. We'll still be one of those guys will be there.
Yeah, especially
there'll be another tight end in the second.
I don't know. I don't think they'll take 2 tight ends in the second, but I mean, go ahead. The second round's deep with wide receivers, so
yeah, either that or it could be a surprise with a running back. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go running back.
I wouldn't mind Kendre Miller.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy with
who knows
who the
what
Lions
Jones
picked.
is going to do.
Yeah.
What they're going to do with Jones next year. AJ's on his last year of his contract.
Yep.
And let's face it, I love AJ as a person, but he really hasn't lived up to expectations. I could see him walking at the end of the year or taking a small contract. But so they're going to need somebody. And as much as I love having Tyler Goodson as depth, I don't see him being the lead guy for Green Bay.
No, he'd be like a number 3 back type of.
Hey, Joe, Nick, I'm going to bounce, guys. I'll open it up for others.
Thanks for staying on,
having me on,
Dan.
guys.
All right. Later, Dan.
Talk to you later, buddy. Take her easy.
Later, Danny.
Brian, you're going to like who the Lions pick just so that it ends the discussion for us.
Why, who they pick?
No, we don't tip picks. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh.
I'm still on a Verizon commercial.
I'm trying to think how I can do this without it being so obvious, but also so that Brian will get it. But there's a couple. There's a couple. One that's a dead giveaway, and one that's also half a tier less of a dead giveaway.
This Lions draft, man. This Lions draft. Oh, man.
Weird.
This is like
Jack Campbell.
So funny, man. So funny.
I can understand Campbell in a way because they've been trying to find a middle linebacker for years.
He wasn't even the consensus best linebacker in this class.
Nope.
18.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, because he's like tall and kind of stiff. Like, I mean, I know he tested out well, but on the field, like, it's stiff. He's a stiff mover to me.
Yeah, kind of like Washington, right? Like Washington tested really well, but you don't see it.
Darnell,
see it a little more with Musgrave.
Washington.
No,
every time I watch him, I just
like
think
movement
of
skills.
Bigfoot.
Yeah. I think he's a little bit better than Washington, though.
Who is?
Yeah.
Musgrave. Sorry.
Still as a receiver,
like a boat, though. Still turns like a boat.
Oh yeah. He's like.
Like
Takes
I said,
left
every
turns
time
from the
I
right
see
lane.
Washington run, it looks like Bigfoot going down the field.
He's like blowing the foghorn when he's turning.
Yeah. Do you kids want to be on the stream? All right, so Lion selection. So nobody.
Why are you trying to hide your face, Guano?
My camera's not working, and I'm doing the world a favor.
Yeah, right. Did your wife beat you up? Did your wife beat you up and you have a black eye? Is that why?
I'm going to counseling for that, okay? It's a private time. I keep lifting, I keep working out, I walk the dogs every day, and it doesn't matter.
Okay, Brian Branch. I suppose that makes sense for them.
The Lion Stick branch?
Yeah.
Yep.
I was gonna go with same first name, but I feel like that would have been too obvious. And then same initials as the coach of the next team to pick. You will see many of his last name is something you'll see many of when you come visit in November.
And you see on a tree.
Yeah.
You see these on trees.
Just one though, when it's not a good tree.
Yeah,
Charlie Brown.
No, I think it's a consensus among all of us that none of us were really high on Branch.
I think he definitely got helmet scouted. It was one of those. He went to Bama, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, he's the next Binka" kind of thing. And it's one of those where he's definitely better in forward than reverse kind of thing. And Joe, you said it when we did the safety show. When he's in position and he's confident in his play, he looks really good. But once he starts to get beat, he's gonna grab. And if he can't grab, you get Jalen Hyatt against Bama. So
yeah, Jalen Hyatt scoring 5 touchdowns.
So it's one of those
reliable. See, I don't agree with all that. Versatile, GPS for the ball, reliable.
And that's the thing is, like, everyone was like, oh no, like all the best DBs play, slot corner in college and stuff. But I was like, but we've seen them all take, maybe not a lot, but we've seen them all take a couple handful of deep safety snaps. I don't remember Branch ever taking deep safety snaps.
He didn't really.
Yeah, like.
Oh wait.
I think Rasul took more deep safety snaps than him. So.
This is funny.
Well, with how the safety class is, Rasul might have to.
I know.
And it's always easy to scout these guys when you're just looking at the positive highlights and not looking at their full film.
Well, yeah, of course. That's what a lot of fans end up doing. They just watch YouTube highlights and stuff like that, and that skews the view.
Nick is only in Nick, but I'm following. I've got Ari Merov's page open, so I see it. I'm a little bummed by that one, by the last one.
That's funny. I mean, I kind of like it.
It makes sense. Hasn't been talked up enough, but it's one of those people the three of us were talking about him on one of the shows, and I know Brian's talked him up a bunch too. But yeah,
I find it funny that he's the first one off the board.
True one, yeah. Actually, no, not really. I don't think so, because I mean, it's one of those, who else is out there, right? So you kind of weigh that against each other. I'm not really surprised. Brian's going to be bummed by the Patriots pick, though, because he and I are sickos. Brian's a sicko like me.
I will find you, or I'll just call your wife and have her get pissed off at you.
You see, you're gonna get really confused because she doesn't have an 808 area code number.
Kawano's wife is always pissed off at him, just like mine.
What happens when you're married? Sorry, babe. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Michael goes silent because she's beating the hell out of him.
I know. Michael puts himself on mute, and all of a sudden we don't hear from him for like 10 minutes.
No, it'll be like taken.
Yeah, he'll disappear. All of a sudden he'll log off, and we're like, "What happened to Mike?" I don't know. Mike just disappeared.
5'3" Filipino holding a baby in her arms as she does this with her feet.
with the sandal, slapping with the sandal.
The chancla.
Yeah.
The chancla of power.
Oh, I saw a video the other day of, I can't remember where
Nenas.
it was, but they were there was like heavy flooding, and this lady was out there walking her little dog, and there was a gator that was coming up, and she took off the sandal, the gator friggin' swam away quick.
If you know not to come here.
All right,
Do
who
not
we got
cross
making
my
the
path.
Patriots pick? Sebastian Vollmer.
You motherfucker.
Don't worry, Mike. My wife is Asian too, so I know.
I have my mom is like the last of the generation, the like tail end of the Tiger Mom generation. It's not here, right? Nah, kidding. nah. It's fine. It is like that was one of the fun parts about going to Michigan was like the whole concept of not being the majority.
Keon White.
Like, Brian and I are sad.
Right.
We wanted to watch the world burn a little.
I know.
Kill Wyatt.
Yeah, but Belichick will turn him into something like a.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be his next. What's his Dietrich Wise or whatever? I forget how his first.
Or Matthew Judon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Judon.
Oh yeah, he's like carbon copy of Judon.
Pretty much. I think he can bulk up a little bit and play down and stuff, but
yeah. Judon was a tackle in college, right?
Maybe? I don't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember if he was an edge or if he was like Lorenzo Alexander, where they were like more three techs kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just know like White's like 285 and he looks like he's like 270, so like he'd easily put on 10 pounds.
We've moved back again.
Yeah.
Well, they moved back again.
2 picks, so we're at 50.
That's one of my I did my mock this morning.
Goot is this is 08 all over again. This really is 08 all over again. And I like it. They need that more than anything.
Yeah, it's sick.
London Fletcher.
Because he's got to leave here after a bit, so he's not getting to watch what the Packers pick.
London Fletcher. That's a name that you have to watch your football to know, but
you have to be old to know that name.
Yeah, old school, man.
You have to be old, just old to know that name.
Man.
Yep. That's the Illinois safety everyone should have wanted.
Yeah.
Martin?
You know what's crazy is they have him listed. They called him as a corner.
Oh yeah, you're right. I guess he did play some slot, but
he played a lot of slot.
Yeah.
Well, actually, when I watched this film, he seemed more, actually, like more. How do you want to say it? Like, I guess comfortable in the slot. Like he didn't seem like he was like.
Kind of he's kind of like Savage that way. Yeah.
Yeah, in a way, and like he didn't seem to be as like how do I put it, as like guessing, I guess. I mean, because when he was back and playing single high, sometimes I saw him like take false steps sometimes.
Yeah, he didn't.
Like he wasn't sure exactly what he was saying.
Yeah, he didn't read the deep route. Like he didn't read the route combo quite right.
Yeah, like there was one time where Jaden Reed
was a lineman in college.
Like that one against Michigan State where Jaden Reed just blew past him, but like he kind of caught up at the end.
Yeah.
He took like I saw it, and I remember he took like 1 or 2 false steps, and Jaden Reed just blew past him. But he kind of caught up at the end.
Help me keep an eye on to make sure if anybody pops into the room, so I don't miss him like I did Brian.
Ooh,
he missed me on purpose. That's okay.
Interesting next two picks.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. I really like the one just before us.
Just because I was making fun of your Iowa guys.
You're right. You don't mess with the Iowa guys. No, they're not all great. I won't. I'm not that type of person. There are some players that came out that it's just like I don't understand how they played so long at Iowa.
Seniority matters at Iowa.
Well, I mean, especially when it comes to quarterbacks, I could not understand why they had Vandenberg in there so long. I wasn't a big fan of Nate Stanley.
Who was the last good quarterback that they had?
Probably Beathard.
Rudock.
No, I would say Beathard because Beathard.
It was probably Beathard. It was Beathard, I think.
Probably Tanner Morgan.
Jesus Christ.
No, right, so I see the Buccaneers.
All right, yeah. In real time, the Packers are on the clock right now.
Yeah. Who was their quarterback in the late 2000s? I think he wore number 5, Joe. What was
Drew Tate?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, that guy sucked.
I know. I just remember he would run around a lot.
Yeah, he ran around a lot.
He did. I mean, he had talent. You know what a lot of Iowa's problem is they don't have anybody that can help a quarterback. You know, they just you go out there.
They lost Charlie Jones.
Yeah, Charlie. I love that kid.
Charlie Jones lost him.
All right, so I just saw that Cody Mock is off the board to Tampa.
Yep.
So.
Oh, whoa. Okay. Interesting Packers pick. Not what I expected.
A guard.
Shut up.
Bro, Jake Moody in round 2? What? What?
They have him listed as a tackle. They called him a tackle, but I could.
He's a guard.
Mafi.
No, he's a guard.
You and I talking, he was going to be a better guard than a tackle.
Arm length. He's a guard, man.
Yeah, he's totally a guard. He's got those. He's got those small arms.
He was playing guard and center at Senior Bowl.
Yeah, he was. He even took some snaps at center during practice.
Yeah.
But I think it's I think he's a guard.
He was in for Pittsburgh, but then they went to commercial. So.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. The pick is in.
Always makes me laugh. The pick is coming up live.
Yeah.
Yeah. We never get to see a Packers pick live.
Yeah. So Cody Mock, I liked him. I saw a little bit of Bakhtiari in him. I know me and Mafi disagreed on that a little bit.
Yeah. A lot.
But, well, I wasn't saying he was like an exact clone, but I could see a little bit in him.
I see more sitting in him.
That was the best comp I could have.
Interesting.
And I could agree with that.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That's not who I expected at all. But I do like it.
Shut up. I don't know what I'll do, but I'll do something.
I haven't even said who it is. Josh Weil in the second round. Yeah.
Josh Wiley.
I remember when that win came in round 3. Oh man.
Yeah, but that's another one where it's like, was he really that bad, or was it just he wasn't getting used?
Who, DeGuara?
He wasn't worth a third round
pick. It's a combination of both, I think. I think he's not that great, but they didn't use him right.
Right, and I'm not saying he was going to be this world breaker, but I can't call him bad because when you have a quarterback that's not throwing to him.
Yeah, for sure.
And you tear your ACL.
Yeah, that doesn't help at all either.
Peter, where are you on this stream? Have you seen the pick?
I just believe the Packers have just traded out of the 50th pick as well.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Peter's in a different timeline than we are. He is officially in a different timeline.
I'm on the 2037 draft. The Packers have just.
I just had to check my Twitter.
I've been joking about that too. They put a rider in the trade contract that in 2030 whatever they must just trade Jordan Love to the Jets also.
Did you see the pick yet, Quano?
Yeah, I did.
Damn it.
Okay. We were just talking about him too.
Going on my computer.
I know.
I literally was just talking about him like 2 minutes ago.
Yep.
You're lucky I have a memory of a goldfish right now.
I actually had him up. His arm. He has. I actually had him off my board because of his arm length.
I know that surprises me. I guess.
Yeah, I think it means he's gonna put it. I think it means they're gonna use him in a similar role to the other guy who had the same arm length. If that makes sense.
Yep.
No, because you guys keep spoiling shit, and I haven't even seen the Steelers pick yet.
I didn't say anything yet.
We haven't either, to be fair.
My tracker's just updated. It says the Packers are back in the 50th pick, so I guess that was rubbish, what I saw earlier. I was obviously in the wrong year.
They traded down and they traded back up.
Yeah, back to the same pick. They changed their mind.
Yeah, they traded, and they're like, you know what, never mind, we changed our mind. We're not going to trade to you. We want their pick back.
You know, I always wonder about the trades in the draft because, you know, they always have to be authorized by the commissioner or at least the commissioner's office.
The league's office, yeah. Well, I mean,
you wonder how that works during the draft,
they fax,
especially in the first round.
They fax them as far as from what I've heard. Like, once the team will sign it, they'll fax it to the other team will sign it, and then they'll fax it to the league office.
Yeah.
Alan Faneca. Boy, he's looking good.
Faneca? The guard?
Faneca. There you go.
The former guard? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, he's...
Okay, Benton to the Steelers. Now. I just saw that. That's kind of a good pick.
Yeah, that's a good pick. They were all over Benton.
Yeah, that shows up the... And I hate to admit it, being that he's from... University of Wisconsin, but I really liked him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Steelers were all over Benton. They like at his pro day and like all kinds of stuff. They were like all over him.
I'm surprised they didn't go offensive line again to protect Pickett a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I guess you gotta, yeah, because they
well,
went.
There's Leroy.
Put it twice already.
Yeah, wait.
Pickett just show him the little hands.
How come they didn't let Leroy pick or announce both of them? That's weird.
Yeah, that is
he only announced the one.
Yeah, he only announced.
Yeah, it was Goodell
Musgrave,
for the first one.
Goodell announced Musgrave, but Leroy's there now.
Yeah,
that's weird. Because that's what they used to do, wasn't it? That if you were there to make the Packer picks, or I mean,
you make all the picks. Yeah,
you made them all
in that round at least. Yeah.
Maybe Leroy said, "Nah, I'm good. I'm Hall of Famer. I'm good."
Yeah, right.
He went and put his gold jacket on and walked out. He's like, "See you later."
You'd think he would have wanted everybody to see him in his gold jacket more, though.
Leroy always he always marches to the beat of his own drum, as they say.
Yeah, I know. He's a really nice guy, though. I met him one time, and he was just amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy that they took, he would have been on my board if not for the arm.
That is kind of surprising.
Yeah, a little bit. Because he has his arms are shorter than normal, but similar arm length to Amari Rodgers. So, yeah, I think that's the role he's going to be playing.
Actually good at playing receiver this time, though.
What's that?
Actually good at playing receiver this time.
He just barely hits their size profile, too.
Yeah, it's just the arm length thing that had me. Yeah. Everything else he hit.
I'm not going to call it bad, but
no, it's just kind of like
It's especially with the guys that are on the board still.
Yeah,
I don't know. It seems like Good is trying to force a slot receiver like on day 2 into the offense or something.
Yeah, which I kind of liked Hyatt better for that, but I guess Reed is like 8 pounds heavier or something like that.
I told you Hyatt's not on their board.
That's true. Yeah.
Told you guys. I was like, they're not gonna draft a 170-pound wide receiver. No, they met with him. No, so and so says they heard. I'm like, no, it doesn't make sense.
We've been smoke screened.
I was
No, but Joe Arrigo said, I'm like, Joe Arrigo, come on.
Yeah, well, I won't say that. We're on live stream.
Well, no, I'm not trying to bash Joe, but I just
I wasn't saying you were, but
okay. It's just like me and Quano kind of talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, so the Dolphins are making their pick.
That's
all
interesting.
Right, I have to go, guys. Thank
All right,
you so much.
Nick.
Later, Nick.
Lame.
Yeah,
Nick's gotta go
lame.
pet the kangaroo.
You're the co-host of Outback Packers, and you're leaving your own friggin' stream.
Gotta go pet his kangaroos.
Exactly.
He's got to go get a shot for his chlamydia.
Yeah, for his chlamydia shot, chlamydia booster.
It's too late for that.
Chlamydia booster.
Basically, it's coming out my fingers at this point.
All right, later, buddy.
All right, see you, man.
Later, Nick.
Well, guys, we lost one host, but I'm here for the long haul.
We hope so.
We got Pete still here. We got Kawano still here. We got Brian still here. We have more people planning on coming on, stopping on. They should be getting here pretty PDQ. I haven't seen anything popped up in our group chat yet. But yeah, we should be having. What's that?
No, I said I think Dusty's trying to figure out how he can get his kids away from you so he doesn't have to come on.
Shh! You're not supposed to say that live. Plausible deniability.
Joe, and then Joe goes off screen. It puts the lotion on.
It puts the lotion on the skin, or it gets the hose again. All right, so my thing froze again, but I did see Cam Smith to Miami. I really didn't watch much of Smith, so what do you guys know about him?
I like him. If I remember right, his arms were a little short, so I think he might have been more of a slot or nickel, whatever.
And he's pretty light. I was kind of
a little bit
how light. Yeah,
not as light as Forbes.
Yeah, that was the one I saw that and I was like, that's a lie, right? Like.
Yeah, I was shocked about him. I didn't like him. I watched a lot of his stuff, and I wasn't a fan.
I like Forbes, but like I said, like when I saw his combine, I was like, wait, what? Yeah, I was like, wait. This guy, this guy weighs less than a high school senior? Like, what the heck?
Yeah, I was like, and he's it's not like he's short or anything either. I was like,
oh, it's 6'1" or whatever, but
yeah.
All right,
but
so
yeah,
Seattle just made their pick, and it's the running back out of UCLA, Zach
Charbonnet. Yeah, good.
Formerly of Michigan.
Good. I mean, Bukowski's wrong on another one.
Seattle's having a
Mafia throwing daggers left and right.
I just can't get over the draft Seattle's putting together. So far, I mean, you're never going to know for sure until they actually start playing, but just by,
Well, it helps that they didn't take Charbonnet in round 1 because that's definitely something they would have done.
Oh my gosh! You mean you like Rashard Penny?
Yeah.
When that pick happened, everybody was like, "What?"
I was like, "I like him in like round 3."
Right.
All right. Chicago's pick is in.
Chicago.
So what do you get? Oh no, we just went to commercial.
Of course.
What are you thinking for Chicago?
They're gonna mess it up somehow.
Now they took Wright with their first rounder, right? Darnell Wright.
Mm-hmm.
Joe's gonna kind of hate this pick.
Why did they take Marvin Mims? I will slap you if you keep ruining this shit for me.
I'm trying to cushion it for you.
I feel like that's a reach for Wright, like that early in the first round,
especially with Jones on the board.
I was hearing a lot of late stuff about him going in the first, so it didn't surprise me he went in the first, but I don't know. I know Mafia and I have went back and forth on him a few times where I liked what I saw out of him, but I thought he was just going to be mainly a right tackle, and I think Mafia said that he could kick inside.
A guard. Yeah, well, he could. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to, but just like he could. But yeah, but I still agree that he's a right tackle.
And I know he blasted some other beat writer for putting him as
oh, that was hilarious.
But
in the DMs, it was hilarious,
bro. Whatever, I don't care. Say what you want to say. I have my opinion, just like everybody else has theirs. So
yeah, the DM was out there. Like they screenshotted and put it out there. It was hilarious. He's like something about, oh, you never played the game or something. And then the guy was like, no, dude, like I really like you. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah. So, but I liked right. I didn't think he was going to fit as a Packer pick just because of his size.
Yeah, of course. That's why I have him off my Packers board.
Yeah, I mean, but there's a lot of things to like about him. Talk about like we did with Van Ness, where he seemed to dominate some guys who've went in the first round. You know, put on the Alabama tape, and Darnell Wright pretty much held Will Anderson to nothing. So
that caused the funny thing that, sorry, real quick, but that caused some people on Packers Twitter to be like, "Oh, well, Anderson's not that good because Darnell Wright beat him up one game," and I'm like, "What?"
When Anderson was playing inside shade, like
and Quano knows who it was that was talking trash about Anderson too.
Call him out. They're probably not even watching.
Oh, it was Bukowski.
Oh, see, I don't know. Oh, we got another one. Here we go. First time ever on Outback Packers. We got Joey from Under Pod.
Hello.
Joey, it's good to be nice.
I'll be right back.
Finally, nice to meet you.
Absolutely.
I'm sad that Nick wasn't able to come on when you were on. He had to take off for a reason. You know, who knows what his reasons are, but it's good to have you on. Now you were down in Kansas City for the first round, right?
I was, yes.
All right. What was the atmosphere like down there when the Van Ness pick went off?
So I was in a section that was kind of close to the stage, but they have it. So they have the theater that is only for, I don't know how other teams do it, but I know the Packers do basically a raffle for season ticket holders to be in those seats. And then there's the area that's by the fountain down there that's close to the stage too. And I believe that's only for ticketed guests, but we just were on that lawn out there. So it was kind of hard to see. There was a few Packers fans around me, and there was one that was right in front of me right as they got on the clock. And he was on the same page, hoping for Jackson Smith, obviously. And I couldn't see or hear too much after the pick. Immediately after, there was obviously a lot of cheering, but from a few Packers fans that I heard after going out, a lot of them liked the pick. They were obviously hoping for a receiver, but the level-headed ones weren't too mad.
Not according to Twitter. A lot of Packer fans hated it.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I was expecting exactly that because I was checking Twitter about every 20 minutes because even in person, the picks are tipped before they're announced. So
right.
Well, you should have swung by and picked me up because I'm only like a 3-hour drive from Kansas City where I sit in Iowa. So
only.
Yeah.
Well, if I had the cash, I would have been down there, but there's no way I was going to pay the high prices that they would have put for hotels and that.
Oh yeah. We stayed in Independence, Missouri. Interesting day's end down there. Interesting part of town, but it was a bed, it was a roof, and it was 20 minutes away from Union Station, so it worked out all right.
All right, so
you check there's no bugs in the bed.
Von Dexter. You know that I love Dexter. It sucks that he's with Chicago because now I got to see him twice a year. But you know, he should be an instant starter for the Bears this next season. But so now you were down there all night and then drove back today, right?
Yeah, we drove back this morning. We had a long day yesterday. We got there. We didn't know what to expect as far as parking and what the crowd would look like. And what the entrances would look like. So the gates opened up at noon, and we got there around 11:30. So it's definitely a long day.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
And then a long day today, because how long was the trip today?
I'm in St. Louis, so it's only about a 4-hour drive, which isn't too bad. And my dad can drive off of Fume, so like at 6 a.m. we left there, and not too bad at all.
All right, so do you know everybody in here? We got Pete from UK Packers, Brian and Kawano.
How's it?
Kawano with Game On. Brian does all kinds of things. You got a new podcast going too, don't you, Brian?
Yeah, somewhat new. I mean, I started with Robin. Robin Adams. So we started a couple months ago. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I do
Go,
know,
go Dads, go.
I do know I've interacted with everyone here, which is great. But seeing their faces is like
Different.
weird to my perception. Yeah, I mean, IT Hedgehog. I literally imagined you as a hedgehog on Twitter. So glad to see that you are human.
That's his alternate form.
Yeah.
But Quano's actually African American.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Okay.
It's a tribal name from the reaches of the Sahara.
from Egypt. You're from Egypt, like Cleopatra.
All right, so we just had the Chargers take. Now, Kawano take this name.
Just say it fast and with confidence. That's always
yeah.
the trick.
Okay. That's how you say the Polynesian names. You just gotta say it fast.
Yeah. So
don't try to read a consonant ahead. Don't try to read the vowel ahead. Just say it with confidence and say it fast. Don't try to slow down. Don't try to read too many. Yeah. Don't try to read it too far ahead. Just say it with your chest out, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, Brian, can we hear you pronounce the defensive end from Northwestern?
Oh gosh, I know he goes by Tommy. He goes by Tommy Adebore.
Okay.
He goes by Tommy.
With him is remembering which letters come first, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But that's why I said I either just call him AA or just go by Tommy, because I know he goes by the nickname Tommy. So I'm like, oh, Tommy, okay, that's good. I'm good.
What
that's
always
easy.
throws me off too is it's not, because some of them they're like the name is alphabetical kind of thing, but his is like it's like I think it's Adewabore, but yeah, like you want to go by alphabetical order, but you're like nope, I'm off by the second.
It's almost like the Hawaiian names. The Hawaiian names, you gotta just say it fast.
You got Peter, who's got the Irish guys over there that spell, they spell their names like DAPNOT, and it's John.
Or like Saoirse.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's crazy stuff, and the names get weirder and weirder as we go on. Now, a lot of them are, got to do with their heritages and stuff like that, but I'm waiting for the day that where you get a draft pick named like Apple Macintosh.
Well, speaking of, there is one next year. There is one something like that next year. Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kawano?
Or sorry, say that again.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
From Alabama. From Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
Kool-Aid.
Yeah, Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid McKiskey.
Yeah.
That was one I was like, wait, is that really his name, or is that like a Clinton Dix kind of thing?
It's a nickname, I believe. I'm pretty sure, but yeah.
Or the Sauce Gardner type deal.
Yeah, Sauce. Sauce is that's just not really weird. It's just
right, but I meant nickname style.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I have a nephew that his mom. We could never figure out if she was joking or if she was truthful, but she had two names picked out for him. One was what they went with, Jordan Chase, and the other one she said was Jungle Flash. And it just was like, what? Well, I've got a cousin named Harley Davidson. It's like, okay,
oh my
good
God.
for that guy, whatever.
My auntie went to school with a just in case.
Just in case.
And she goes, Justin, do you like your name? No.
I was at the library earlier today with my daughter, and there was some lady there with her kid, and her kid's name was River, and I was like, oh my gosh.
My brother's classmate. My brother has a classmate.
Yeah. River. Well, I mean, you had River Phoenix and all that, so
yeah, of course. It's still a weird name. Still a weird name. But if you want to see some,
named his kid too.
Yeah.
Or don't forget Elon Musk's kid, but it has like the symbol or something like that.
Oh yeah, some of them.
Well, and Gwyneth
Shoot his ass on one
Paltrow's
of his
one
space
kid is
rockets.
named Apple. John
Yeah.
Travolta's son was Jet.
Jet is honestly
was-
the least weird out of
That was
all.
George Lucas.
What
George
was
Lucas
that,
had a
Brian?
funny bit.
Aaron Rodgers has talked about wanting to have a kid. I can only imagine.
He would
Oh,
probably
God, didn't he?
literally name his son
Darkness, Charlie
Ayahuasca.
Murphy.
Yeah. Well, especially if things with him and Shailene Woodley would have
Oh,
been done.
God.
That
Shailene
would
is
have been.
in character
Ugh.
too.
No,
And then-
watch them name their kid Fred.
No, his name probably would have been like Harry Armpit or something like that.
Henry, little baby Henry.
Or what was the other one that he was dating at that one time?
Olivia Munn.
Blue something or other.
Blue. Yeah, Blue
Blue
Sound.
Bird.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah. Could you imagine the name they would have picked for a
Oh,
kid?
God.
But if you guys want to see some funny names, there's if you go through my database and you go through the schools, you can find there's some dudes with some freaking hilarious names, like just weird, funny
sure.
names.
I'm
There's
sure.
a guy. This reminds me of the guy who plays for, I want to say, Georgia State. I think his name is Janarius Johnson
Okay.
or Janarius Johnson. Something. It looks like it says ginormous. His name looks like it says ginormous. he's in the draft class. He's UDFA, but I mean, yeah, that was funny.
So, Joey, since we've got you here and we've asked everybody else their opinions, what are you thinking of the picks so far made by the Packers?
Okay, so I love the Luke Van Ness pick. I was, just like everyone else, hoping for JSN. I thought, it's obviously a great flashy pick, but I think Van Ness is going to be a day one starter, and he still is obviously a project, but with Gary Hurt for this first half of the season, I think he can contribute right away, and hopefully just with his athletic skills alone, be able to be a solid contributor. And then I think down the line, him and Gary are going to be a great pass rushing duo. These two picks in the second round, I don't know too terribly much about, especially Jaden Reed from Michigan State. But Luke Musgrave, I know, had a lot of hype coming into this draft. So, and, Darnell Washington was still on the board, but clearly they liked Musgrave better. And I know there's
and I mean, Brian might be able to know a little bit more, but I think there are a lot of character concerns with Washington. So,
With the Packers, yeah. They basically what I was told
still isn't picked.
What I was told basically is they think he's an asshole and he doesn't really he doesn't really care about football and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
All right, so that would explain it.
Yeah,
I mean, he's still not picked yet, so that kind of says it all too.
So probably some other teams have some concerns too.
We've passed a lot of teams that look the other way on those kind of things, so yeah, it's kind of confirmed.
Yeah, confirmed. He's an asshole.
But yet
We're
they
sorry
must
to
have
confirm
cleared,
your son is an asshole, man.
They cleared the kid that went to Philly,
Jalen Carter.
Yeah, there you go.
The Packers liked Carter.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, from what I was told, they liked Carter, but they thought they had a chance at getting him, but obviously it didn't happen.
I think it's
That
one of
would have
those.
been an
They look at it as
interesting
one of those like we've all done that. I know that's not the best attitude to have, but I
Right.
mean, who hasn't looked at the card next to you and gone, "I'm gonna smoke this guy"? Like, sure, it's like horrible bosses, and it's you're driving.
The pre-draft
I don't win a lot.
Yeah, I've been there.
All right, so the Chiefs just took Rashee Rice.
Oh no, Rice?
Yeah,
he was like a Packer type.
Coleman's still
Bears
there.
are making their selection now.
I don't know how much that helps them. I guess they do need players there.
Devin
but
Hester. Devin Hester is an awesome guy. I've never been able to tell this story outside of just to some friends and that, but if
the irony of the pick he's
know,
announcing.
I'm a big autograph collector, and Tyreek Stevens, that's a good pick for them actually.
Miami.
But anyway, I'm a big autograph collector, and I went up for a game. It was the Falcons versus Packers back in 2014. And me and some friends were going to go hang out at the hotel and try to get some graphs from the Falcons. Well, ended up my friends didn't show up, so I was the only one there, and I was waiting for them, and I was on the phone with one of them. And I'm just kind of standing there, and all of a sudden I see this guy in this like sweatsuit walking down the street carrying like a grocery bag. I'm like, man, that guy's like stacked for a normal guy. He's got to be like a football player. And he's like 2 or 3 blocks down. And all of a sudden he's getting closer. I'm like, man, this guy's really looking familiar. And all of a sudden he gets close to me, and I'm like, that's Devin friggin' Hester. So I'm on the phone with a friend of mine. I go, dude, I just hang on. And I threw my phone in my pocket real quick. And Devin Hester came up, and I was like, Devin, could you sign? And he signed, and we talked for a little bit. And yeah, I love Devin Hester, even though he was a Bear for all those years.
That's really cool.
But you tell him, did you tell me you still hate him though?
I could never hate Hester. Even though he was on the Bears, I could never hate Hester because he was just an amazing talent.
It's not his fault. We punted it right down the middle of the field to him.
Yeah, no shit. All right, so we got the Giants making their selection now.
Fuck Lawrence Tynes.
Money Moody. Give me the pick.
Okay, John Michael Schmitz. So they went center for their pick. Makes sense. They need the help on the offensive line. Otherwise, they're going to get Daniel Jones killed.
The Giants. Oh, yeah. But he's I mean, he's good. It's just not like he's like at his ceiling type of thing. Like he's not going to get a lot better. But he's still a good player.
Yeah, I wasn't as high on him as a lot of other people were. I was a little bit more on the Ohio State guy than I was on
Wipler.
Yeah, but
Viper. Call him Viper.
Wiper. Or
I think between Tom and Myers, they've got it. I think they've got center
covered.
I know Myers has been inconsistent, but everyone forgets that he missed half his rookie season.
I think they can move. What they view Tom as. Do they view him as? I know Goody keeps saying his best position is center, but is he going to be a guard? Is he going to be a tackle? And right now, the depth-wise is Jake Hansen.
Yeah, but I don't think long term he's a guard. But I think
it's tackle or center. It really is. I think it just comes down to what they get from Myers this year. That's really it.
Yeah,
he's going to be.
Well, like I said before, and Joe probably remembers this guy, Mike. He's basically like Mike Flanagan.
Yep. Yeah.
He can play center or he can play tackle, but he can't really play guard.
Very nice comp. Yeah. Very nice comp.
Man, that's going to be way before your time, Joey. Were you even thought of at that point when Mike Flanagan played?
I don't think so. What were the years?
Yeah, that's a no. He doesn't even know Mike Flanagan is.
The name sounds familiar.
What was it? He was in the 90s. I think he was on the 96 Super Bowl team.
Yeah, but he was reserve. He was a reserve, but he was a starter in the early 2000s.
Okay.
I was 5 when the Packers won 45. So.
Oh yeah.
God. I know I'm not the oldest in here. Pete's got me beat by a bit, but that still makes me old.
Thanks,
Joey, I don't know why, but I always thought you were way younger than me. I didn't realize you're like the same year as Westendorf.
Oh, I'm the second oldest then.
Well, what are you, Brian?
40.
Okay, so I'll be 37 this year, so.
Yeah, so I'm the second oldest.
Yeah. Yeah, Pete's over there mad.
I'm not saying a word.
It's okay. Once we get Dusty in here, we'll feel better.
I hate the Cowboys. He
still hasn't showed up. He's supposed to have been here by now. That dirty.
I told you he's trying to break into your house to get his kids back.
You hear that tapping on your door?
Don't you hear that scratching noise? That's him trying to dig into your house.
That is not the telltale heart you buried last week. I'm kidding.
Oh, look. I told you, Schoonmaker in the second round. He just went to Dallas.
What? Well, that's a Dallas pick, though.
Yep.
Big blocking, got type it in for the run game.
That Raz, man, everybody's following that friggin' Raz. Look at the guys they took. You should be loving Dallas right now, Kawano. They took 2 Michigan guys.
No, I grew up with a parent who's a friggin' Dallas Cowboy fan. So the 90s, I hated the 90s. I grew up in a household. My mom's a Cowboy fan and my dad's a Steeler fan. So that was fun when they started dating in the 80s.
That would have been amazing.
Seeing those fights would have been amazing too.
Yep.
Wow.
One year, I think it was my senior year in college. They went down to Dallas. It was the Steelers Dallas game. I was not invited because I was in college. Bastards.
You weren't invited because they just didn't want you there.
Seriously.
Yeah. They were like, "Good, he's gone. He's in another state."
No, seriously. My mom is the
That's
type
why
that's
they
like,
win.
"Oh, when are you going home?" And I'm like, "I am home."
He's like, "No. You're real home."
Seriously.
She's like, "Seriously, I forgot to tell you I adopted you."
I was the one that was
Who's
found
this
in the
mom
backyard.
you're talking about?
I was found in the backyard. My brother was found in the creek. My sister was the only one that was truly born into the family.
All right, hang on. We got another one that wants to join. I got to send the link again. If I can get it. Here we go. Oh.
But I think what they should do is move Tom to center and move Myers to guard.
I think, yeah, it's hard.
Will Myers be able to be a guard though? He struggles at being a center sometimes.
Oh yeah, because probably can make all the calls and stuff.
Yeah,
he could just focus on blocking the guy in front of him instead of worrying about like.
I joke around a lot, but some of the best blocks that he made were against his own friggin' people.
I think they're still hoping that he's the center because I think they want Tom at one of the tackles eventually.
Tom just has like such a center build.
He does. He looks so much like Rod. Even though he's taller, he looks like Rodney Hudson.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we at? I had to minimize real quick.
Buffalo,
on the
pick
clock?
59. Or okay, Buffalo's pick is in, so technically, I guess Cincy's on the clock.
Okay, I'm on commercial right now, but we should be having one.
If you were live, they would be showing Felix being selected last night.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm watching. There she is. Got another one here. We got Dawn.
What did I do?
All right, so it's good to meet you. This first time interacting other than through your chat on hey, we like your pod.
Yeah.
Do you know everybody here? We got Peter from UK Packers, Joey from the Underage pod, Mike from Game On, and Brian from everywhere.
I think I know you from Twitter mostly. Joey's been on my show.
Yes.
You all need to come on our show too. So, okay, so I was on this true crime podcast. So my brain is all like into that trial right now.
All right.
So I need to get caught up.
All right. Well, we're at pick 59, so we're almost done with the second round. The Packers took Luke Musgrave with 42, and they took Jaden Reed. They traded down and took Jaden Reed at 50 out of Michigan
Did they really
State.
give Jaden Reed number 1?
That's when I just saw when I was sending the link to Dawn that Morley posted.
Good. Curly was a racist. No, I'm kidding.
Well, it was never retired.
No, I would say
Alex
Horning's number
Gillette
is more officially retired.
Yeah, well, they even give number 5 out during training camp, but Alex Gillette wore number 1 for a long time while he was riding the practice squad.
Have they given
they gave BJ Raji's number to Van Ness, so I mean, Curly Lambeau. That was
the body's not even cold yet. Jeez.
Exactly.
Peter, do you remember Curly?
My sister does.
Have you not seen the photos of me on the sideline? I keep going back to them.
You
so, Don, how are you doing?
With the hand up. That's Peter's shoulder. The hand is on.
I'm doing great. I just grabbed a beer. It's a it is a Super Fuzz Blood Orange IPA.
Well, that's an interesting combination.
Well, it's California, so citrus, you know.
What brand did you bring? Did we?
Elysian.
Oh, Elysium's good. Yeah.
It's okay. It's not my
But
favorite.
I don't drink anymore, so I don't.
Yeah, the blood orange one, not really, but the brand, it's a good brand. Elysium's a good brand.
I like orange. I
Blood
like orange.
is good.
I was just on a true crime podcast. A lawyer who.
Can you say which one?
Her name is Judy, the YouTube lawyer, and she's awesome. And she invited me on to talk about the Lori Daybell trial. That's the one that's going on right now. That's all over the news. I don't know if anyone's paying attention, but it's pretty gruesome.
I don't know if I know the name, but I might know the story behind it. I don't follow true crime 100%, but I do listen to occasional podcasts.
Yeah, I have a channel, and I kind of specialize. I have my little niche. I look at interrogation videos from the police that body cam videos, like, so all the crap that they say before they're charged.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And then the trial happens, and it's kind of fun. But Judy wasn't super familiar with this trial, and it's extremely complex. And there's like at least 12 dead bodies around this woman. She's only being charged in this particular trial with 3. And unfortunately, 2 are with her children, which is
yeah, that's not good.
It's just horrible. Yeah. All in the name of some crazy religious cult thing.
Was there a Netflix documentary on that?
Yes.
I believe I watched a little bit of that and then didn't finish it.
Yeah, I can understand why.
Yeah.
All right, so the Bengals just took DJ Turner, and I really like that pick. I really like DJ Turner.
Okay.
So, not about the pick, but who gave the pick. If Rodgers retires next year, he ain't reading the 2nd round pick the year after, right?
Most likely not.
I mean, you never
see
know.
Rodgers back for another 5 years.
You think he's going to play for 5 years?
No, I just don't think. I think it'll be around the time that he's eligible for the Hall of Fame before he'll be back in Green Bay.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
If he plays 2 more years and 5 years after he ends, I think he'll end up back in Green Bay. As much as he loved to say that, I love Green Bay and I love the fans and all that stuff, I just don't see him coming immediately back.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I think the fastest he would be back is if Murphy's gone.
No, honestly, I don't even think it has to be Murphy. I think if, let's just say, knock on wood, hopefully this doesn't happen, but let's say the next 2 years just, the Packers are bottom feeders and Goody's gone. The minute Goody's gone, I could see Rodgers coming back because there seemed to be a lot of animosity between those two for whatever reason. Obviously Goody wasn't going to bow down to Rodgers, and Rodgers wanted somebody who would kowtow to him. So,
yeah, I think it was Murphy more, but yeah, that it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting who's on the field for his ceremony.
Yeah.
So how do you guys feel about these 2 picks? Oh, sorry.
Nope, you're fine. I was just going to say I kind of agreed with Mike that it's going to be interesting to see who comes back when Rodgers' jersey is retired.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, to answer your question, Don, though, I think, well, first off, it's nice to see them address the
do we have somebody else coming
options. I think Luke it's a very Packers pick, very high upside kind of guy. Brian and I have our questions on how good he really will be compared to what his athleticism says and stuff like that, but it's a very Packers-y pick.
What, Musgrave?
Reed is a little Musgrave.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. Dropped out for a second.
No, you're good. And then Reed, it's kind of a surprise because I saw him more as a round 3 or 4 guy, and he's just smaller. I thought they were going to go with someone like Cedric Tillman just because he fits a lot of their... Or I thought they would go with Tillman or Rashee Rice before they went with someone like Reed just because he fits more of their they both fit more of their template of a receiver, a little more versatile. Reed is basically a less touted version of Smith and Jigba. I know Dan is spitting somewhere as I say that, but kind of same idea. Reed is
He's
more
faster,
straight
though.
line speed, yeah, and then not necessarily as quick as Smith and Jigba is, but same idea. Why me and Brian had doubts about there being as I didn't see Reed going in the second round because I thought he was a little small for what Green Bay prefers. I'm pretty sure my arms are as long as his arms, and
at least they traded down for him this time instead of trading up for him like they did with Amari.
Yeah.
I
still can't believe they picked Amari instead of like Nico Collins, and not because Nico went to Michigan, just because Nico fit almost all of their thresholds, kind of thing. And yeah, that one.
Well, and Goody even said he thought about taking Amari in the second round. I was like, what are you thinking when he said that?
Like you said, that draft had two of maybe his worst picks in Amari and Shamar, where it was just kind of like, huh? Like,
we just mentioned Reed is going to wear number 1. They officially announced that Musgrave is going to be wearing 88.
Yeah, I was
just. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Musgrave first of all, his last name sounds like a Packers name.
A Midwest name, yeah.
Musgrave. Does he have is he like second, third generation in NFL? He sounds familiar. Or am I thinking of
dad? Or no, his dad, or was it his uncle? That's the offensive coordinator.
One of them. I'll go look that up right
now.
Bill Musgrave.
Okay. He's the nephew of Bill.
Nephew of Bill. Yeah, Bill Musgrave. Yeah, I knew it was Bill Musgrave. I couldn't remember if it was his dad or his uncle.
Okay.
Yeah, so his uncle's a offensive coordinator in the NFL.
Okay. And I think maybe I'm thinking of Musgrove also.
I don't know.
Musgrove, I'm not sure.
Was a announcer.
Brent.
Oh,
Brett Musgrove.
Wasn't he the one that got?
Oh, yeah, that guy.
McCarron's girlfriend.
Oh yeah.
No, that's Musburger.
Musburger, that was Musburger.
That's it.
Yeah. That was hilarious.
It's definitely a
fine young woman.
All right, so the Jacksonville Jaguars just took Brenton Strange. Now he was a guy I kind of liked. I think it's a little early for him, but there must be a run right now.
Yeah, because I kind of saw him. Me and Quan were talking about him. I kind of saw him as like an H-back kind of tight end combo.
Because he's got the Guara genes,
and the short arms too. He's got the little.
That's what I meant.
T-Rex arm. The T-Rex arms.
I had him as a little bit faster Richard Rodgers.
Oh God.
Sorry.
That works.
I just put something on here.
Yeah, I said he was a bit faster than Richard Rodgers, but he had an 8.93 RAS score.
Okay.
Richard Rodgers was almost like a 4.9.
How many juices are there now? There's too many juices.
Juice drug.
I mean, for a minute, AJ Dillon was juice. Remember that?
Vaguely, yeah. They were kind of called Quadzilla, but.
And then there was another juice, and now it's a thing.
Yeah. Well, there were two Batmans for a little while.
Yeah. Well, there are again, according to this new Flash movie.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I know with the Packers, but yeah.
Brian Cushing's announcing this one. Brian Cushing's is a good dude.
So is
Reuter,
Texans are on the board again?
Texans are making their selection right now. According to
Brian Cushing announced a pick of a guy named Juice.
Juice Scruggs.
All right, so Don's a little bit ahead of me too. So
okay, it looks like on mine Broncos is in.
All right, yeah, I just now saw the Juice Scruggs pick.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Cushing announced that pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Ducks went away because I had
that's what Joey was saying.
That is, dude. That is like, I mean, they couldn't have been scripted any better.
Yeah.
You want me to hold it?
Yeah, I get you on that one. But I had a bet with Sanjay over Juice Scruggs that if the Packers selected him, I had to buy his jersey and with the name Juice on the back.
Oh my God.
Which is kind of bittersweet because I love Juice Scruggs and that would have been fine for me to wear it. But now that he's a Texan, which is great because they need offensive line help. They need somebody to protect CJ Stroud.
Yep. They always need offensive line help, it seems.
Marvin
That's
Mims.
true.
Marvin Mims.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Your boy Joe.
Yeah,
Wait,
Don's
wait. Okay, never mind that.
tipping
But
picks.
never mind that. But the Broncos really didn't have anyone who played primarily for the Broncos to announce their pick. They had to go bring DeMarcus Ware to announce their pick.
Why?
He played for him for like 2 years or something like that. 3 years, 2 years, 3 years.
Nobody likes
Years
the
at least.
Broncos. Nobody likes them.
They should have had Russell Wilson announce it.
I was gonna say they should have had they could have brought Ed McCaffrey there. He's
Yeah.
not that far away.
How do you guys think the Broncos are going to do this year?
I think they're still gonna be rough.
Yeah.
I think so too.
I think Russell's in his Aaron Rodgers phase.
I think he was there before Aaron was, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like, I'll throw it over here. It's fine. I'll catch it.
Because as much as I joke that Rodgers doesn't do the middle of the field because he's short, Russell actually is short and doesn't do the middle of the field. So
Yeah. All right, so
Russell's
Marvin
shorter
Mims.
than Rodgers, though, right?
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's 5'10"
Oh,
or 5'11".
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
Did you
little.
guys see the edit of Bryce Young at the Panthers podium where
Yeah.
Yeah.
His head was barely, his podium was like here and his head was like this. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
I said,
People-
did my son shoot that video?
When people weren't even sure if it was real or not, which is the funny part. People were like, "Wait, is this real or is this fake?"
I thought it was real until I saw the original thread
Yeah.
of it.
And people were like, "Man, can't they just do a Tom Cruise for him and give him a box to stand on?"
Yeah.
I think that's when Muggsy Bogues came to his defense.
Yeah, yeah. You're screwed, but Muggsy Bogues is coming to your defense.
Yeah. So now this is the first draft that John Elway's not involved with the Broncos, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's a consultant. Is he still a consultant?
No, I think his contract
No.
was up and they didn't renew it.
I got to head out, guys. I'm wilting. It's like 2:15
All
in
right,
the morning.
Peter.
Okay.
It
Thanks
was
for
great having
guys.
you on.
Get it out with us so
Um,
long, Peter.
If I can't sleep, I'll be back.
All right, sounds good. We'll be here.
Thanks, guys.
See you,
Bye.
Peter. Thanks for being here.
It's only 6:00 here.
Yeah, Pete's in the UK, so it's like 2:15 in the morning there. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sucks.
it's rough.
It's 8:15 right here in Iowa. So
Oh, you're in
3:15.
Iowa. Of course, you're in Iowa. How did I
you know how many people do that? That's so funny.
It's only
I
like-
have
it's like
all my
2 p.m.
street
where
names
Quano
as
is.
Iowa,
3.
and
We're
everybody asks me, "Well, where are you from?" It's like Texas.
Joey, are you still in Kansas?
No, I got back this morning, so I'm back home now.
his dad
It
burned the midnight
kinda
oil.
looks like you're like the official there with your backdrop. I love it.
Oh yeah. Last year, I this is my basement, which is very dark, and I tried to go on a few streams and it was awful. So this afternoon, I mean, it's really Hollywood magic here. We got this. This is literally a shower curtain here. Got the underage Packers branding on it though, and then I got 2 nightstand lamps here on my side. So it's just a lot of effort going into it, but you got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do. It's hard for me because I'm always earlier, whoever I'm podcasting with or whatever, and I have a lot of lights. A lot of windows in my apartment, so a lot of light, and the light is always changing in the middle of my.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I'm always having to adjust the light, turn off the curtains, open the curtains, do something.
Yeah, I
We'll
built
put you on Outback because we record at a weird nighttime. Because Nick's in Australia, so
Right.
we record at like 1 a.m. Central Standard Time on Monday nights, and which is like 5 or 6 in the afternoon for him. So that would be 2 hours? That'd be about 11 o'clock p.m. your time, Dawn.
Yeah,
Right.
it's perfect for me. It's like 7 or 8 depending on daylight
it's
savings.
perfect for Makata.
Yeah,
But-
11 p.m. I'm a night person. That would be great. Matt and Matt is the East Coast and I'm the West Coast. So he's 3 hours late and I'm always scrambling to get ready by 6:30.
Well, I can go ahead and tell the story here since we're kind of waiting on the pick. How Nick and I got together was I had done a podcast, tried to do a podcast before with a guy I knew, and it just didn't work out. And I was going through Packers Reddit one night, and I saw this post where this guy goes, "Well, I'm looking for an Australian to do a Packers podcast with," because he was having a hard time finding people around, obviously in Australia, to talk Packers with. So, I was like, well, I'm not from Australia, but I'd like to get back into podcasting. And I said, if you're interested, send me a message and we'll see what we can do. And so we started messaging back and forth and started talking and all that. And it's like, well, I work until midnight. So 1 a.m.'s nothing for me. I can do 1 a.m. He goes, well, that's perfect for me because that's like 5 or 6 in the afternoon here. Mm-hmm. And so that's just how we started. And I mean, we've had some bumps in the roads where now he's going back to college. So we're going to have to do some rearranging on some stuff. But that's how we got started. And that's what makes it so easy is I get off at midnight. I get home by 12:30 at night, and I can record at 1 a.m., which is perfect for him. So.
Yeah.
That's when he gets home on his kangaroo.
Yeah. That's what time he gets home on his kangaroo and his drop bears.
Brian, I salute you for doing what you needed to do right now with the camera still on.
The Bears picked Zach Pickens.
I know, Brian. I didn't want to break that while you were.
Sorry.
They double dipped on the defensive tackle.
On the D-line, yeah.
Yeah, they did. Needed to.
They needed to, but those are 2 solid picks. I hate seeing the Bears making good picks.
Well, guys, I just got some wings ordered, so I'm gonna hop off. But thank you so much for having me on.
Right
Joey,
on.
it was great having you on. Keep in touch, and we'll get you scheduled for Outback at some point and do a full show with you. And we'll get Big B on there too, and we'll have some fun talking.
All right, perfect.
All right,
well,
take care,
talk
Joey.
To you guys later. Bye.
Bon appetit.
All right, so now we're down to 4. We're waiting for Dusty. Dusty, if you're out there, where the hell are you at?
Is Matt going to come, or is he at that bar?
Matt said he would be on after 8:30, so Matt will be on here shortly.
8:30 his time? Or your time?
I think 8:30 my time, if I remember the DM right.
Okay, so 9:30 his time. So should be here.
Yeah, but still doesn't give the Bears any pass rushers.
Yeah, no pass rushers, but they're going to stop that run.
Yeah, they're worried about Jordan Love running the ball, I guess, or something.
Yeah,
they think every quarterback is used like theirs.
They're right.
Oh God!
I think every quarterback is Justin Fields.
No, but Jordan can run.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Jordan's it just cracks me up that Bears fans are showing clips from Jordan's first start. Like Fields looks any better in what will be his 28th start.
Why are you crying, Kwana?
I was like, what? I thought that was a sound effect.
Nope, that's not.
He's after me again.
It's his wife. That's his wife beating him again.
I live at 1, 2, 3, 4, 8th Avenue.
That's a 1-month-old, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Literally just an hour ago. Made 1 month.
1 month.
My cat was out on the balcony. In fact, I had to get her in before I went live because I can't trust her out there. I'm on the 3rd floor, and there was a bird up on the roof, and she talks like a baby to them. It's really weird. I was like, "What is that noise?" And I'm looking, and she's like, with this cat, with this bird. But I was afraid she was going to just like literally jump onto the roof of the apartment, and that would be the end of me for another 2 days. So, she's crazy.
Yeah, cats are crazy like that.
She's something else. Although, I think she wants to be tougher than she is. Because I know some cats who would just do it. You know what I mean? She's thinking.
Right.
Yeah, I can tell she's thinking about it. I'm gonna have it screened in, so like from the railing to the roof, where it's just gonna be all scrap. Not that that screen is gonna stop her necessarily, but it might.
That'll just give her an easier way to climb up.
Yeah, it should help for a minute anyway.
All right, so I'm on commercial. I don't know where you guys are setting at with the
Eagles pick is in.
Okay, so I haven't
Raptors
seen that yet. I'm still on. But yeah, we have a few more guests planned to come in.
Green Bay is visible on the low bar on NFL Network, so it's coming up slowly but surely.
I just took a quick look at Twitter right now, and I guess when Green Bay called Jaden Reed, he thought it was a prank call.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah, he thought it was
somebody else that did that.
Yeah, because
another pick.
I heard that.
Green Bay has like a weird. Yeah, because Green Bay's like a weird area code that everybody's like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah, they saw like the 920 area code, and they thought it was
scam.
That's right. Green Bay is 920. My mom
is in that
too. Who has 411? We had 411, 414 growing up. Does anyone have 414 anymore?
We're all 808 out here, so I'm sorry, I cannot help.
I'm 951, so
808, 951, 808. Well, I know where 951 is.
Yeah, of course.
808, is that Utah?
No,
or just Hawaii.
That one I can tell you. I know Iowa has 3 of them. There's
total
641.
They're screaming, but they're not putting it on the screen. What's going on?
515.
Where's 808?
Hawaii.
What's the other one? 712.
Oh, of course, Hawaii. I used to go to Hawaii all the time for my job.
Nice.
Oh, what did you do?
For 4 years, I was an executive for a software company in the fashion industry, and so like some of my clients were like Jam's World and
cool.
Yeah, and so I had to go there every 3 months, hang out.
Cool.
Take them to dinner. It was hard. Really hard.
Schmooze them a little bit. Schmooze them.
All right. Nope. All we got left is Dusty
Free
and
food is the way to our
Matt will
heart.
be here and
Apply them with alcohol.
Here, so. Sam Holman was hoping to, but
he said his school stuff or something like that.
Yeah, he's got spring practice for the college team.
Jalen Card. Oh, this is who they got. Finally, defensive tackle, OT, Tyler Steen.
Tyler Steen.
Oh, yeah, the Bama kid.
Okay. I don't know if I know much about him.
Where did he transfer from, Brian? Because he only played 1 year at Bama, right? Oh, Brian is.
We lost Brian. Oh, Brian's wife got him.
The main thing is we see a hand there and not a foot up in the air. That would be we lost him.
Dylan, yeah, and it's better than some other things that could pop up on that screen.
Wow!
Can you auto mute cameras?
I mean, it must be his bathroom. It looks like bathroom towels.
That's what his wife.
God, I
like
hope
us
he's
to
not
think.
like stepping in the shower or something.
You know, you can turn your video off, Brian.
No.
At least
That's
he
what
muted
he's
so we're
trying
not
to keep us
hearing it.
captivated.
Mike,
the Eagles
I want to see the baby. Yeah, the Eagles are up.
I'm having camera difficulties.
Oh,
i.e., yeah. So,
okay.
But that'll come next time, I promise.
Okay,
so,
no worries, no worries, no pressure.
Yeah, hopefully we can get this figured out more, and we'll do a little. It was my mistake with the YouTube thing. I didn't know that you had to
there's movement there.
Get verified on YouTube to be able to live stream over there.
Oh, that's
so I
new.
clicked to live stream, and it says, "Well, now you got to wait 24 to 48 hours."
24 hours.
Live stream.
Where are we now? On Twitter?
We're on Twitch, we're on Twitter, and we're on Facebook.
Oh, okay. You know what? I should have given you my YouTube channel because you could have broadcast there.
Oh, yeah, well. Like I said, I didn't know until like 5 minutes before we started doing it. But at least I have my own Twitch channel. I don't use it other than to go on and watch other people. So we've got it. I'll set something up Outback Packer wise over there.
You know what you can do though? You can.
Brian lives. Brian lives. Brian's alive.
I'm trying to give my kid a shower. So,
Damn,
Brian, you'll like so the Philly pick back to back. They pick Steen with their first pick, and you'll be happy that who they picked with their second pick, because it means
Broncos
that
have another pick. Iowa Joe.
Tyler Steen.
Joe,
Yeah.
You can when we're done, you can go to the past broadcast in StreamYard, download it, and upload it on your YouTube channel if you want to have it.
That's what I'm going to end up doing.
Hey.
So if anybody's watching, we're probably not going to have an episode this coming week or this Wednesday for Outback Packers. What I'll do is just upload this as audio and video. So this will be our episode for the week. And then we'll go back to our normal recording stuff after that.
Yeah,
we're working on more guests because with the off season up, we're gonna have a hard time coming up with show ideas. So we're reaching out to people to get them on to come have a conversation with us.
Matt and I always find things to talk about all year. He's always like, what are we going to talk about? I was like, I don't know, but it always seems to come together.
Yeah.
Well, all Matt has to do is look on some of the chats that he's a part of, and he's got an endless source of topics.
Yeah.
Some which he's probably got to screen by you because some of them are from the on-brand, on-topic chat, so those do need a second pass.
All right, so the Broncos just took Drew Sanders out of Arkansas. That's kind of an interesting pickup for them.
Right.
Kind of wonder if they're going to play the linebacker or they're going to play an edge rusher.
They have him listed as linebacker, so...
Yeah. And then, Brian, you'll be happy the Eagles took Sidney Brown, so we don't have to hear about that anymore.
Oh, God. Thank God.
Yeah, Nick's not going to be happy with that one because Nick loved it.
Don't have to hear about him making tackles.
Okay, so we did 42 and 58. What's our next pick?
78. So we're in 10 picks now.
Yeah.
So we traded down to get an extra 5 or 4?
We got an extra 5 and an extra 6, I think. So I think we got 159 or something like that the first time we traded down, and then we got something at the very beginning of the sixth round, I think, when we traded down the second time.
Okay.
I'm getting all thrown off because I'm like, is that my kid in the background?
Because she's Asian doesn't mean she's your kid.
No, my son makes the same noises.
Well, exactly. Just because my kid's Asian.
All right. So, what other needs are we thinking for the Packers for the rest of the draft? Obviously, they probably need to pick up another tight end.
Another tight end, another receiver, offensive tackle, safety.
Corner, probably going to have to double dip at safety. I wouldn't be surprised if the third round pick is a safety.
Hey, I think Skinner's still out there.
Yep, he is.
Skinner's still out there.
Some of the receiver names, Cedric Tillman still hasn't been picked. A.T. Perry is coming into range. There's
Hyatt's
options
still out there.
What's it called? But yeah. Honestly, this board has fallen pretty well for what Green Bay wants it to. Like,
is Wicks is out there, right?
Yeah, Wicks is still out there too. I think that's why I think this pick is still going to be another receiver because
Riley Moss. They're going to go Riley Moss.
No, they don't need a slot corner.
Aren't we worried that Lucas Van Ness is actually a Barrett Hart though?
That he's a bear at heart.
Well, I guess he's dating Cole Kmet sister or something like that.
That's okay. That worked out the last time that one of our players was dating somebody's sister. Or I guess AJ was married to her already by the time we picked him.
No, I might know who
But also, I mean, but
is married to.
He's from Cook County. I mean, he's from that area. He
is.
probably grew up as a fan.
I'm not 100% sure, but supposedly one of my mom's first cousins said that their son-in-law is like the guy Lucas Van Ness's uncle or something.
Whose son-in-law?
One of my mom's cousins.
Oh, cool.
But I don't know. I don't know much about it. So.
Well, I looked when he got drafted later on last night when I was trying to come down from the excitement of him being drafted. I looked where because it said where he was from.
Yeah.
And I looked it up, and it's like that's like Cook County. That's
Chicago. But they tend to do stuff like that because Brian Bulaga was the same way. He was from Elk Grove, or not Elk Grove.
Iowa.
What was?
Yeah, I think Wayne Larrabee was too. Actually,
you have to say Iowa, Joe.
Yeah, he went to Iowa.
No, you have to say Iowa. Anytime you say Bulaga's name, you always have to say Iowa.
Brian Bulaga, Iowa. I never understood how he got that accent off of him because it was weird. But he was from Illinois. I think it was close to Chicago.
Illinois, yeah. I think it's Chicago area.
But yeah, so it makes sense. Iowa tends to keep recruiting. They either recruit from Texas, Florida, or the Midwest, or New Jersey. Those are like the only states that they tend to recruit from.
I'm gonna go mute for a minute. So I'm gonna dry your hair.
So they're thinking that the Lions are going to take Hendon Hooker.
That might be their best pick.
Did they take him? They still haven't announced.
But they're showing the pick is in, but they're not saying who it is. But they're showing Hendon Hooker's reels.
Yep, they took him.
Yep, they took him. Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry,
that's got to be their best pick.
I was trying to stop the missile in the air because I thought.
Yeah.
Now, what was his injury? Was it ACL? I thought
ACL blew his knee out. So that's the thing is like he's not gonna play this year, right? Because he got hurt in November.
Sam Bradford, man, that's a kiss of death.
Who?
They said one of their things is accuracy, poise, and he's an athletic Sam Bradford.
Oh, I don't know who Sam Bradford is.
He was a number 1 overall pick. What year was that, Kawano?
2010.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he didn't live up to the hype.
Obviously didn't go anywhere, yeah.
He blew his knee out like 3 years in a row, or 3 out of 4 years or something.
Yeah. Multiple ACLs. I think he had a shoulder injury. And he just never lived up to. So that's why I said it's kind of a kiss of death to Hendon Hooker.
I think I took Hendon Hooker for the Saints on my mock draft.
Hey, Joe, did you ask for him if he wants to pop in?
Sorry?
I did send something to him, but he said he had his kid had a baseball game.
Okay.
Everybody
he just popped in my head right now.
We got Dusty.
Hey,
Dusty!
What's up, guys?
The dust.
I guess I can release your kids now.
The man is here.
God, no.
Man of the hour.
I can tell you right now, the kids are very much in my presence, which is why I'm a little later.
Same.
The kids are nowhere but in the room behind me. So cute.
Okay, so who's this guy on the NFL draft show that looks like Ryan, what's his name? Ryan, the former quarterback, Ryan.
Is Joel Klatt? There's a couple. It's Joel Klatt.
Yeah, Joel Klatt is there, but I'm not sure.
He's got the long
one right
face
next to
and
Rich
hair.
Don, or
Oh, they just went off. Yeah, with the full beard.
Oh no, he does not have a full beard.
No, I just turned it on, and there's some Texans dude here.
It's just the content creator.
A content creator. Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything about what he does.
I know.
All right,
That's the
so
oldest thing I've ever said right there.
Dusty, obviously, we got to know what your feelings are on the draft picks so far by the Packers.
Yeah, so we got is the 3, right? I was putting my kids down, so I saw Jaden Reed
we
was the
got
last
Van
one.
Ness, Musgrave, and Reed. There hasn't been any other pick yet.
Man, there goes Tank Dell. The Packers were not going to take him. I was excited. The Van Ness one, I talked myself into. I think it's perfect for what they want to do, the way they want to operate with.
Don't talk bad about it, Evely.
Just compressing the pocket, crushing the pocket, as opposed to like speed and bend around the edge. So as far as what they want to do defensively, I think it's a perfect pick for them. Can contribute right away, and then grow into something a little bit down the line. I think, but I think he's going to contribute right away, if nothing else is like situational. So that's solid pick, premium position. And then Musgrave, I wasn't super high on Musgrave just because he hadn't played a ton, but like if he reaches his potential even a little bit, say even if he gets on the field, that dude could be a monster. I was very much vocal about I wanted Michael Mayer, and obviously he was gone by the time they ended up picking there, just because I think he's a little more well-rounded. But Musgrave could be a game breaker if everything hits. And I really like Jaden Reed. I think his RAS was not great, but it was mostly size stuff, and it was 40, and then his splits were great. That smaller, compact guy, almost like Amari Rogers with juice a little bit, maybe, like I think maybe the way they're going to move him. My brother was texting. He said, I think he said that might be like their Percy Harvin if Percy Harvin stayed healthy.
Dusty, aren't you ready for the Bo Melton trick play set?
God, yes, I am, Mike. Yes, I am, Mike.
I just want you to say crushing the pocket one more time. I like that.
Crushing the pocket, man. Crushing the pocket. So, I like it so far. I really wanted Mayer. This is why I don't do draft stuff, because then they never pick the guys I want, and then I get sad about it. But then I talk myself into whoever they have anyway.
That's why you only say positions, Dusty, not actual people.
I can't help myself, Mike. There's people behind those positions. There's faces. They have names, Mike. They have names. They're not just pieces of meat.
I still think the Packers made a grave mistake in 2005 not picking future Hall of Famer Matt Roth.
Okay, so Andy
I know Joe will like that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Andy Herman said, you guys, we got to get over the past, though. Right. Andy Herman says, huge playmaking wide receiver Christian Watson. Overall outside wide receiver Romeo Doubs. Playmaking slot Jaden Reed. Huge seam stretching tight end Luke Musgrave. H-back Josiah DeGuara. Playmaking running back Aaron Jones. Power running back A.J. Dillon. Lots of different flavors. I beyond love it. And then Billosaurus Rex with a mobile QB. Sounds good.
Oh, it sounds wonderful. I'm hoping everything clicks with that. Now, Dusty did say that the Texans took Tank Dell. They must be loving these undersized people right now, because, they take they have Amari down there already. They got Tank Dell.
Tank Dell's already better than Amari.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt about that. But it's just these undersized receivers. It's going to be crazy what they do down there.
Yeah, and
the Raiders just took Byron Young.
Did I? Because I missed a lot of stuff. Did Rasheed Rice go somewhere?
Yeah.
Yes. I can't remember where.
Sorry, Dusty. Rasheed Rice is gone.
This is why I don't fall in love, Brian. This is exactly why I don't do this stuff.
And that's what my wife said about me too.
It's the same reason I don't listen to lyrics. Okay, the same.
Wait, what?
Kendre Miller.
Oh, I love Kendre Miller. Who took him?
Saints.
The Saints suck.
Well, yeah.
Wait, you don't listen to lyrics?
Chiefs took Rasheed Rice, Dusty.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good pick. He's going to be real good there. I can't
right?
talk about that.
He gives them a different skill set than what they have.
Yeah. It's kind of getting back into some of the speed game that they kind of lost a little bit. That's going to be good for them.
I like. Sorry.
No,
I like these cool uniforms. They're showing the reels, and they've got these really cool purple uniforms, but they're not purple. They're like a dusty kind of muted eggplant purple. I like that.
At TCU, I like their uniform.
Yeah.
All right, so Kendre Miller. I really didn't do a ton on him. What do you guys know about him? Well, I know you guys like him, but
Brian's got a good one.
Yeah, he's quick. He's quick. He's got good long speed. No, he's sorry. He's quick. He's got good long speed. He's got really good vision. He's got the speed to take of the house. He was like 215, 220-ish or whatever it is. But he doesn't really run like it, like with a lot of power. He's more of a what do you call it? Like a one cut, not really one cut. It's like kind of like a Ty Spears type, where he's not really trying to like power through guys. He's not really trying to run guys over. He's kind of more trying to get around him, use his agility and stuff like that. So that's. But I was talking to Dame. If you, I don't know if you guys know Dame. He was saying that it's mostly just the way he runs. If he runs a little bit lower and does some other things, he can start showing more power with his runs. What else? He's a good receiver out of the backfield. He's got good hands. He's can run some good routes. Pass blocking, I'm trying to remember. I think he still needs some work on that, but I think he was okay with that.
Yeah, like I said, that was one of the few ones that I didn't watch when I was doing my running back stuff. So
yeah, I think he would have been talked a lot more if he was able to work out and do the combine and all that stuff. But he wasn't able to. So he didn't really get like much hype.
Yeah, he was ranked like 16 in
the running back?
In the running backs. Yeah, on the yeah.
Huh. Was it a consensus board or?
Yeah, whoever's board they're using on NFL Network, I missed whose name it is right now.
Right.
It's probably what's his name?
Jeremiah's right.
Jeremiah, yeah, probably Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Right, and if he didn't participate, then they probably dinged him for that.
Probably.
Yeah, because it seems like they do a lot of like the athletic testing score stuff here, and then combine it with some Daniel Jeremiah stuff where they had all the scores last night. We're looking like, how do they come up with these scores? And so we kind of did a deep dive in terms of like what's composed of these. It's a bit of a black box, but the athletic testing absolutely goes into it. It seems like.
I just got a DM that Matt said he will be here in a few minutes. So
nice.
Then I will be leaving in a few minutes.
Hey, you've already chased off 2 of our guests, Dusty.
Dusty's such a jerk all the time, man.
I'm just awful.
I got it from Sarah Kelleher himself that she said that she wasn't coming on because Dusty was going to be here.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, no, listen. We always take a break during the draft. She hasn't talked to me for a while. She didn't want to do it again, so she's like, I can't. I'm not ready to talk to Dusty again. I gotta get out of here.
Are you guys back this week or next week?
I need to look at the schedule. I think next week. I think because it's like immediate reaction stuff,
right?
And so I think we're off this week, but I think we're back. I think we're back the next week. I really need to look at that.
And then, you know what? We're gonna blink, and we're gonna be playing football.
Yeah.
Like summer's gonna be gone. It's gonna be fall, and there we go.
Listen, I mean, I don't know if anyone else is into it. XFL stuff is bridging for me. I've been watching quite a bit of XFL. It's been fun.
I've been trying to catch what I can.
Yeah. Well, I was planning to watch the Bucks, so maybe I'll watch the XFL now.
It's been fun. I think the playoffs start this weekend. The XFL.
Yeah, see, they've got a weird schedule for their games. Usually, I can catch a little bit before I have to go into work. But then, they play while I'm at work, so it's hard to really catch any other stuff.
Well, and they're all over the place. They've only got 8 teams, but they play from Thursday to Saturday. It's like it's this weird scattered schedule they've been having. So I never remember when games are on.
Because I was really hoping to follow what's the team, the Brahmas, because they signed Ben Kurt.
Yeah.
And
then he broke he got hurt.
Yeah. So I was kind of hoping to watch.
He got murdered on the field.
Oh,
just
no.
Absolutely crushed, dude.
Oh.
That's the first time I never heard that one, Dusty. I never heard burgered before.
I enjoyed it.
Is that an old man term?
Yeah, that's right.
Garrett Williams just went.
All right, I haven't seen that yet. I see the Cardinals selection, but they haven't quite announced it. But yeah, I kind of wanted to watch the Brahma. I knew Kurt wasn't going to be this amazing guy for the Packers or anything like that. He was what he was, but I thought to get him a good shot was going to be in the XFL. And yeah, the first game he plays, he friggin' gets hurt.
Wow, I didn't know that. I saw one clip from him playing. It's a short little pass with a touchdown, but
yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like he played less than a quarter and just got absolutely like driven into the dirt.
And the sad thing is he was like the fourth quarterback to play for the Brahmas this year.
Yep.
I was feeling like as Rodgers got a little bit older, every time he got hit, I was like, oh, he's gonna break. He's gonna break. And he was so skinny, you know. I was like worried that he was gonna get crushed. We need
when you get close to your 40s, it's what happens. Every little thing is like an injury.
Right.
Trust me, I'm feeling it right now. Last year I was diagnosed with a herniated disc. This year my doctor thinks I tore my labrum and my left shoulder.
Oh,
so
there goes Jalen Hyatt. Hyatt to the Giants.
Did they take Hyatt?
I told you guys the Packers were going to take him.
Tillman's still there though.
Yeah,
Who?
Tillman's there.
Tillman is still there.
I'd be all in on Tillman.
Tillman's agility scores though don't match the Packers though.
That's true.
No, they don't.
The running back from Pitt. That's who I want to see. Third round.
The
running back from Pitt. Yeah.
Okay. I compared him to I compared him to a faster Ryan Grant.
Maybe. Oop.
Good.
Nope. There he is. Here we go. Hey, Matt.
Maddie.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Maddie P.
Matt, I thought that was I thought it was a priest collar.
It does look like
that. I was like, what is he doing?
It's like, Matt, got an announcement you're making. There you go.
Matt's at a one-man show. He's playing a priest.
That's right. No, Christian Watson's my religion, man.
There
you
go.
missed it, Matt. Nick was on here earlier, and he had his Watson jersey on, so you guys would have matched up. But no, he had something to take care of last minute, so he had to hop off for a bit. So
Bummer to miss him. But I was just in Kentucky, Dusty. I was over the river in the #1 Packers bar in America, Max Pizza Pub, and enjoying some stuff there. But
nice,
back here in Cincinnati now. Glad to be here, folks.
And now you're here with us, knuckleheads.
Yes.
from one bad place to another.
Yeah. Well, but Don's here, knuckleheads and Don. So
and Don. Yeah, I won't throw Don in with the knuckleheads.
No.
I was just coming. I came straight off of a true crime podcast, Maddie.
Nice. No surprise there.
Not mine. Yeah, I got invited to 2 different shows at once, and I was like, my brain isn't still on that crazy because I was on with people who here I'm on with people who know a lot more than me, so I'm mostly listening and learning. But there, I was actually the person who knew the most. So when I came on here, I was sort of like, I need to decompress.
We actually don't know that much, Don. We just pretend like we're just really good at faking like we do.
Just make it sound like we do.
Yeah, just using weird random words, just throwing them together, it makes it sound like we're smart.
It's just the same as, like I said, for pronouncing Polynesian names. Just say it with confidence.
Yeah.
There goes Tillman to the Browns.
Oh, man.
The Browns.
A.T. Perry is still there.
Wow.
So, Matt, I appreciate you coming on. Obviously, this is the first time you've been involved with the Outback Packers, and hopefully we can get you and Don scheduled in at another time so we can do an actual show with you guys. But I appreciate you having you here. Like I've been asking everybody when they join, what are you thinking of the draft so far for Green Bay?
I came into it ready to be hurt again. And so far, only minimal damage, I'd say, to my soul. I was really hoping for JSN last night, but not surprised when they didn't take him. Lucas Van Ness looks amazing, though, so I'm happy with that. Really happy about Luke Musgrave. I was hoping they'd get like a Jalen Hyatt or like a Mingo, go with him. So, it is what it is, right? And just excited to see what happens next. I mean, now that we have 1 million picks in the last half of the draft with all the trading back, you never know, man. You never know, because Gutekunst is some kind of wizard. But how is everybody else feeling about it so far?
You don't need UDFAs. You don't need to sign undrafted guys if you just draft like every single person in the 7th round, Matt. You just get all those picks, man. You're good to go, baby.
Come on.
Doesn't even wants all offensive players. He doesn't like defensive players. He doesn't believe in defense.
No, that's a side of the ball that doesn't actually exist.
Defense doesn't exist.
It doesn't matter. It's not important.
When you score 100 points a game, what's it matter?
Yeah, no,
right.
okay, yeah, no, that's the vision, Joe. That's correct.
Yeah, you asked Dusty about corners. He said, "What's a corner? I never heard of that."
Yeah, no, that's the thing that if you want to, Cedric Tillman could play in a pinch, right? He can. Yeah, that's that position. I know that one.
Yeah.
So when they announced Jaden Reed, sorry, what's that?
No, go ahead. I was just making a joke. Go ahead.
When they announced Jaden Reed, I was like, I've done a lot of listening to podcast drafts and like reading articles, and I was like, I don't know that name, but it looks like he's sort of like a mid-round JSN, right? So kind of, I don't want to say poor man's JSN, but
but faster.
So
faster, not as polished.
Yeah.
That's something we can work with, I think.
So he kind of has more upside if you want to put it that way.
Well, no injury and draft and develop, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's where I was always at with JSN. I feel like that was his ceiling. Like that's the dude basically he is right now, which is a perfectly fine player. But Reed could grow into something else or something that never reaches JSN level. But I feel like that's like you've got a complete player already with JSN, but there's not really a whole lot of room to grow at that point.
Or Reed can end up somewhere in the middle. Who knows?
Yeah. So it like I said earlier on in the stream, I understand the love there was for JSN, but had JSN been in like last year's draft, he probably wouldn't have made it into the first round because there was just so much. Yeah, he had been so buried by the talent, but now that it was kind of a weaker top end for the draft, he was the only one people would really look at for. So I mean, I wouldn't have been upset with it had they took him at 13, but it wasn't my cup of tea, so to say.
And if he had stayed for one more year, it would have been the same thing because he would have been buried next year under all those guys. Probably gone a second round next year.
Yeah.
Just from his team alone, I mean, you figure Harrison Jr. is going to be coming out.
Mbuku or Mbuku, however it That guy's like a little tank. Mbuku, you've seen this guy, Cam, right?
Yeah, he looks like Golden Tate, basically.
Is it Golden Taint? Can you say that on air?
Yes, I can. I will to the day I
No, Matt, we gotta wait. I think it's still after 11 p.m. We have to wait to say stuff like that.
Well, at least we got the underage guys out of here, so we can at least say a little bit more.
It's not even dinner time here.
No, it is. It's like almost 7 minutes dinner time in California.
But
I don't know. It's way past it here.
My kids already ate dinner, so it's past dinner time in California.
Well, we don't. 8 or later is a respectable time for adults.
Adults, yes.
So,
not
Brian, you're saying you're not
I don't have kids.
You just said you're not an adult.
No, I'm not. Ask my wife. I'm not an adult.
You've
met Brian, Joe.
Ask my wife will tell you I'm not an adult.
So, all right, so I think I missed a pick. Who was the? Because right now
Tillman was 74.
Zach
Tillman was
Harrison
74.
Okay, so we're on 75.
Zach Harrison. I like Zach Harrison. He was another Packer.
To the 75.
Yep.
All right, so we're only a couple picks away from the Packers being on the clock again.
Yeah. We got New England, the Rams, and the Packers.
We're at okay.
Sorry.
I don't think I heard it, but Jesse, what were your thoughts on the picks?
So, okay, what do you guys think about Connor Hughes? You know, the guy who always like tries to put the word out about what the picks are before anyone else announces it. You know what I'm talking about here on Twitter?
Oh, the Jets.
I hate tipping picks. I have not been on Twitter since.
I don't care. I don't really care, honestly.
So
Connor's the Jets guy.
I have alerts on for him, and like he announced earlier that Cody Mock was going to the Packers, which was obviously wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And so I like threw that text into or that tweet into like a group text that I'm in, and people are like, oh my god, this is so crazy! What? And then all of a sudden they're like, and was like the Patriots just pick him up, and I was like, oh man, Connor Hughes making me look stupid out here. So like I'm looking at Connor Hughes' picks for like the next couple. I won't say who they are because like they might be wrong anyhow, but he doesn't have the Packers one up yet, but he does have the Patriots and the Rams. So see if he's right.
So it's lagging a bit here.
Yeah, I don't really follow on Twitter when it comes to draft because I don't like tipped picks.
Sure.
I treat the draft like Christmas, and it'd be like getting a present, and somebody goes, "Well, here, it's already wrapped, but you're getting, a new football."
I guess Shams was breaking some picks too
Yeah,
on
that
Twitter.
was funny.
Shams
I saw that and I was like, what?
Stay in your lane, buddy. Come on.
I appreciated that he
You
did the
tell him,
first
Dusty.
pick because I hate when they take all the time to make the first pick. It's like you've had 4 months.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the first pick is obvious, but I mean, when you get later in the rounds, when you don't know what's going on, or what could happen, or surprises and that, it gets, I like the surprise factor out of it. That's why I like following the draft as much as I do.
Totally.
So I really don't follow on Twitter and
Right another one.
watch ESPN. All right, so we've got one that I've never even heard knew the name, so you guys will probably know more than I do. But Marte Mapu.
Oh yeah, from Sacramento State.
Yeah,
he's like a safety linebacker hybrid. Like I believe he played linebacker there, and he's going to move to safety, or it's the other way around. I can't remember offhand, but
I think he played safety.
New England just took him, and they have him listed as linebacker. So no one Belichick will use him as linebacker.
He's a bit small though. He's like 217.
Yeah, he's like a smaller Tyreek Carpenter.
Yeah,
not Tyreek,
but a better athlete probably.
Yeah.
At least agility.
I have the CBS Sports Draft Tracker up. I like that one actually, and they have him listed as a safety, so no one knows what his position is.
Nobody. Nope.
Whatever they officially announce it at is what it is. At least what the team's going to use him as. But as far as the sites, who knows? They list him at whatever they list him at.
Yeah. All right. So the Rams are making their selection now.
It's up. Byron Young.
And then the Packers will be up next.
Yeah.
Okay, so nobody say anything. I want to wait.
Look at Jake NFL Draft or Westendorf's.
I was gonna say I've already seen it, so I won't say anything.
I wasn't sure if that was real or not.
I'm seeing it from about 1,000 sources at this point. So
got it.
What, the Packers pick?
Yeah.
Let's not say it.
I like it. I'll just say I like it.
Quano's gonna start dropping some hints.
I know, and I'm gonna have to like karate chop him or something because
I was gonna say the name starts with.
Well, so singles. There are singles, and you put them on sandwiches. Now you see why Dusty's like, "Fuck, Mike, I'm not doing work
Sargento.
with him."
Anthony Sargento. Tremendous player.
Yeah,
so
okay,
now
wait. Why didn't Leroy get to read our first or second round pick? I'm really pissed off now. I will only accept if Leroy's like, I'm not reading pick 42.
All right, so I said this in the group chat, but I'm going to say it now so it's on record. We have to pull every favor, every string, everything we can because we got to get Lucas Van Ness on the Outback Packers show. Just,
all right.
Good luck with that. He's going to be popular for a little while.
Yeah, I know.
Tucker Kraft.
There it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
I'm in on that one.
He can wear his college number.
Yeah. That's why they grabbed him, Mike.
I was saying that should be the new draft. The new draft exercise is you can mock draft, but you can only pick players who can wear their college number as a pro.
I like this one a lot. I like Tucker Kraft. That's exciting.
Me too.
Surprise!
Jink.
Dusty likes an offensive guy. How about that?
Yeah, what?
What a surprise!
And
I
knew that they were going to double dip at the tight end.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he's running in the snow. Look at that.
Well, so
Yeah,
here's a question. There's something about there's been questions about Darnell Washington anyway, but there's stuff about like his knee. Is there any news about this knee? They said something about his knee came up in like interviews. I read something about it earlier today, but did not see anything else. Does anyone know anything about that?
I've heard about that, but I think it's more the other stuff. If the knee is or isn't, I don't think it because the off field is just that bad kind of thing.
Yeah, the off field stuff.
There's the guy with the sombrero.
Aaron Jones.
The fan.
Oh, they talking about Aaron Jones with the sombrero.
Probably an Aaron Jones fan.
The guy probably who gave him the sombrero.
I know Jake Shavink is happy about that Tucker Kraft pick.
Oh yeah, no, he was the first one. I saw him and I saw Westendorf's tweets right on top of each other.
Yeah.
right on top of each other. Were they talking about Golden Taint too? Was that?
Well, they're going to
Golden Tate 69.
Going to have a Golden Tate because of that pick.
Golden Tate 69.
All right, so barring
Is
any
Aaron
changes, unless they trade back in, the Packers are officially done for the day.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, over. How do you guys feel about Robert Tunyon leaving? Did you like him, or are you like we're done? Nah?
I liked him like when he was good, but like,
before he blew out his knee.
Yeah, he looked like he was toast, man. Like he looked like he just couldn't run. Like and maybe that comes back, but even then, I feel like he was always limited. Like he improved, he worked hard, like he got better as a blocker, but like he was not a super high end athlete. Like when he was in his prime, and he looked he was moving slightly faster than Mercedes Lewis last year. Like that ain't gonna fly.
No. Anyway, like I loved his Roberto Gigante season. That was amazing. But since then, it's been a letdown.
He did.
Yeah.
Fade.
So do they bring Big Dog back, or do they let him walk to the Jets with Rodgers?
I think it's up to Big Dog. I think they'll be willing to bring him back. It's up to Big Dog if he wants to come back.
I think they're gonna try because
you'd
want to have that mentor veteran tight end, and they still don't have a Y. Okay. Like, I guess you hope Musgrave or
Kraft will be the Y.
Yeah, but they're not really that body type kind of thing. They're more like Musgrave's kind of high cut. Yeah, they're both big, but yeah.
I don't have the sound on, but my brother texted me and said that Leroy Butler introduced it with, after he announced the pick, he said, "Guess what, Jordan Love, got some more help for you." That's
Leroy's amazing.
2 seasons ago when Mercedes Lewis came back that year, the first person who kind of broke the news was actually Big B. Do you guys remember that at all? Like, I don't know how he got the information. It sounded like there's some weird story behind it. Like maybe I don't know.
He saw him at a gas station. Nah, I'm kidding.
Like that, or like
no, I think it was something to do with the type stuff he had going on, or something like that. He had some sort of connection to the team.
Yeah, something like he couldn't actually tell me what the story was. I asked him directly. He was like, "What exactly is the story?" He said he'd have to tell us all later sometime. But I figured it was actually maybe like Mercedes Lewis sent him like a message to him by accident, thinking he was messaging Jamal Williams. I don't know. It's just a guess. It's my theory.
Really? Well, Big B was supposed to be here, but I guess he had to
family
make an emergency. Yeah, he had to make a run and wasn't going to be able to make it tonight. So. Otherwise, we would have asked him. We would have put him on the spot right here and now. You got to tell us.
Tell us what happened.
Unfortunately, I can't say I'm going to kidnap your kids, but like I did Dusty. So
you let his kids go, right?
Yeah, the police are coming to your house, Joe. This stream isn't going to last much longer, buddy. Your time is numbered.
You start hearing a loud pounding sound at it on the side.
Yeah, they're coming through the windows. I told them no holds barred, buddy.
Hey, I'm in Iowa. Nobody comes to Iowa.
Yeah, not if they can help it.
What's a police officer?
Well, same thing with Kentucky, right, Dusty?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true.
I was just in Kentucky.
Exactly. You didn't want to be there, though.
Matt, and then you left immediately.
Exactly. Matt left. He was like, "I'm out of here. One day is enough. I'm out of here."
I had someone else tell me. I can't remember who it was. It was there's like a weatherman up in the Cincinnati area that follows me because he's a Packers fan. He DM'd me and he was like, "Oh man, at some point you got to go. I don't know if you heard of this bar called Max." I was like, "I do know about the bar called Max."
It is the number one Packers bar in America.
I think that weatherman follows me too.
Yeah,
Stampy?
I think so.
Or Stampy?
I don't watch the local news, so actually I didn't realize he's from here.
I have there's a lot of weathermen across the United States that are Packers fans. So a lot of weather people follow me. And I think it's awesome.
I thought Dusty was
Dusty, that might be one of the coolest things.
A lot of weathermen across the United States.
A lot of weathermen.
We're seeing a green and gold front across the nation here.
I'm just waiting for one of them to be doing the weather, and then they accidentally have Dusty's Twitter open. Oh, what's happening here? Oh, it's strike. It's strike. Sorry, everyone.
God, wouldn't that be the dream? That'd be awesome.
So one of the things I like doing here with the picks is that I have 3 different draft guides up. Got the Beast, of course, the Cheesehead TV one, and the Packer Report one, basically.
Well, you just need the Cheesehead TV one. You don't need the other two.
They're all good. Okay, they're all good. And
they're bad. The other ones are bad.
Got some good writers for all of them, in fact. So. For the Green Bay draft guide, Tucker Kraft was their tight end number 5. For Cheesehead, Tucker Kraft is number 8 for them, but for Dane Brugler, he's got him at number 5 for tight ends. That's pretty good, actually.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Tight end is a weird one too because it's so much flavor of ice cream kind of thing. So
yeah, kind of.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's like I still think they need a Y, but one, there aren't many Ys because no one in college blocks anymore. But yeah.
I mean, it's just weird. It's like
what's blocking.
Yeah, it's just weird, like how they translate to the NFL because the college how they use tight ends compared to the NFL is like a lot different. So it's just like, it's a lot of projection.
Yeah.
So I kind of why I hate watching tight ends.
Okay, yeah,
I'm like, I don't know. This guy's in a slot like 90% of the time. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it's the same thing with like blocking wide receivers. I was watching like Quentin Johnston because he's bigger, and I was like, all right, let's look at some run stuff. It's just like he's just the bubble RPO guy. I don't know if he can block because they just never have him in there.
Yep.
they're running dummy routes or whatever, and you're just like,
yeah.
And that's the thing that people don't understand is like if you're a wide receiver, you don't necessarily block every time it's a run play. Like sometimes it's your job to just run kind of thing and stuff. And I think that's part of where Dobbs got a bad reputation because I don't think he's a great blocker necessarily, but he's big and he'll get in the way. But it's one of those where if you don't know what the assignment is, it's kind of hard to say like, oh, he should have blocked. But it's like, no. If you're on certain concepts, your whole point is to run deep and occupy the safety kind of thing or something. So there's different ways to look at it kind of thing.
Even stuff like Tennessee, like you're watching Tennessee stuff.
Oh yeah.
I think even when I was talking to Joe and I was talking to you and Nick, where I was talking about Hyatt, and I was like, it's a coaching point because in that offense, are like an entire side of the offense be like, don't run routes, save yourself for later. So it's like, does he have a low motor? Is it that he doesn't try hard all the time, or the coach is specifically just saying, take one step and then do not move. Like
it's that hypo offense.
Play, don't move, and you're just like
when everyone plays off the sideline like a hockey team.
Yeah, it's that Josh hypo offense. It's weird. It's like they do half field read and that's it.
Well, can you like the Hyatt played the slot. He was still 5 yards from the hash.
Yeah, he's still at the top of the numbers.
Yeah.
Like technically slot, yes, but he's like playing the outside. He's still offset, but oh my goodness, like he's still
all right. So they just had the best available for Daniel Jeremiah, and obviously Washington's on the list. And then Simpson from Clemson. But there's another name that they had on the list that kind of surprises me because I saw a lot of higher round talk about him, and that's Ringo from Georgia. So what are we hearing about Ringo? Why is he taking a dive? I think Jeremiah had him ranked at number 47 for him. And here we are at pick 81.
He has no instincts.
And he turns like a forerunner with two bad wheels.
Yeah. Okay. Like even Cedric Tillman like just burned him like badly 2 years in a row.
And Cedric Tillman had one leg this year.
Yeah. Well, one foot.
I had heard that,
or 1 foot,
he maybe transition to safety more than he would a corner.
I could see it.
The thing is, though, even at safety, he doesn't fit Green Bay's threshold. And
his agility scores are just bad.
Yeah.
Well, no, and I'm not
the one that they stick to.
I'm not necessarily thinking for Green Bay. I'm just thinking we're setting at pick 81, and even Jeremiah had him at, ranked number 47 on his list, and he's kind of taken a tumble.
Yeah.
So
like Brian said, it's not like Rasul, like because the whole thing with Rasul moving to safety is like Rasul can tackle, and Rasul has really good like awareness, ball skill, zone coverage awareness, and all that kind of stuff. Ringo doesn't have any of that. He's just literally out there to be tall and run with the fastest guy, and that's why Marvin Harrison Jr. toasted his ass in the playoff game, and why Johnston didn't do crap against him because that's just the difference in receiver kind of thing.
Well, they're both just athletes.
Yeah,
it's more play than it is anything to do with off the field concerns like Washington.
Yeah.
There's no issues off the field with him, but he's just an athlete out there running around.
You don't normally hear it at cornerback, but he is the stereotypical track athlete playing football kind of thing.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that can work out. Look at Sammy Shields.
Titans.
What happened?
Tajay Spears to the Titans.
Oh, that's a good pick.
I really wanted him.
Oh,
I love Tajay Spears.
That was my dude. Him and Izzy.
And of course, they're comping him to Jones. God damn it, NFL Network.
I comped him to Jones like a year ago.
I know.
He's been my guy for like a year. I'm like,
I think that's when I first started following you, Brian.
Probably. Like, Ty Spears. People are like, shut up about Ty Spears. Who is he?
I was like,
now see, I saw a little bit James Starks to his play style.
Who?
James Starks.
He's got way more wiggle than Starks, I think.
Yeah, he's got a lot more wiggle. And his contact balance is crazy.
Yeah.
He gets those, like, you guys saw that one against USC where the guy tried to tackle him behind, he just like ducked down, the guy like rolled over him, and he just took off and went off touchdown.
And see, to me, he looked bigger than he actually is.
He does, yeah. He
plays bigger, yeah.
He does for sure.
But man, I love that guy. I know
Jackson.
I would have loved him in the backfield for Green Bay, but
he'd be a perfect replacement for Aaron Jones if they let him go or something next year.
Yeah.
I think that is one of the things that's going to be interesting to watch this year is who they keep. There goes Yaya.
Yeah.
DB? He was one of my favorite guys too. Remember Lambeau Lebeau started the whole Gaga for Yaya thing or something like that.
Ben's having a rough draft.
Ben's got his food takes. I'll tell you that right now. That guy has a real bad food take. So it's karma, buddy.
No, he'll try. He'll just eat anything. That's all it is. He'll try anything. He'll eat anything.
He really will. I give him credit for that. Like, yeah. He should go on exotic foods.
it's like a boot in a mud puddle. And he's like, W. Like, what are we doing
I'll try it.
Yeah, it's got sprinkles on it. Like, you don't have to do this, man.
He should be the new Anthony Bourdain, where he goes to other countries and tries weird stuff.
Goes down an alley and like, what's this? What's this thing I found on the ground? Is this good?
Right. He's like, hey, it's cooked. I'll try it.
It's not cooked. It's not cooked.
Seahawks, they love to trading to the Broncos. Isn't it amazing how fast it goes the second and third round compared to the first?
Yeah, they shortened all the times. That's why
tomorrow's gonna be even faster.
It's like lightning round.
You guys remember when they were like 15-minute
15,
picks?
10, and 5? Yep.
Yeah. Like you don't.
That was when the draft was still Friday or Saturday and Sunday, and so I could just be like, because the draft started at 6 a.m. out here, so it was like I'll just wake up at 8 o'clock because Green Bay won't have picked yet.
Those were crazy. I mean, I'm glad that they moved it to what it is and it's more mainstream now. But yeah, I remember
those marathon days, those marathon weekends.
Yeah, there would. I mean, weekends.
Now I have to have an excuse to leave work early for this.
Or hell, I'd be sitting on my phone at work, being like, "Okay, who was next? Did this guy go yet?"
So, how much attention do you all pay to like all of the rounds tomorrow? Is it something like you're hanging near a media source to catch it, just like seeing what happens on Twitter, or what?
If I can, I try to watch it, but like last year I was being a groomsman for my friend's wedding, but we had it on in the room, and I disrupted the mood when we picked Zach Tom, Romeo Dobbs, and Inogbury, because the last two were two of my like. Dobbs was a 2-year-long love affair, and Inogbury I liked for like 18 months kind of thing, and it's very rare that I actually get them right.
I'll probably wake up a little bit earlier to start watching, and then I'll pay attention throughout until it's over. I mean, I probably won't be able to watch it after 4 o'clock because I got to go to work tomorrow night, but I'll keep track of it. At least mainly the Packer picks, and obviously I always keep track of Iowa guys, so I'll see where they end up, because we still got a couple of them out there that are probably going to get drafted. Mafi just dropped out again. Should I not let him back in?
Yeah, I would like to. My daughter's got a birthday party tomorrow. That's a tea party, so I'm going with my daughter to a tea party birthday party. So I will be sneaking looks at my phone. I'm sure trying to figure out what's going on.
Bring the battery pack in your pocket.
Yeah. Well, my younger brother pays way closer attention to draft than I do, and so he's been texting quite often. So I will rely on him for texts to come through, and that's how I will monitor while at a tea party.
Dusty's gonna go old school with the transistor radio and the big old earpiece in his ear.
A little satellite dish. I'm like,
don't block my window.
Yeah.
Your brother is your Ian Rappaport, man. Being at a birthday tea party, that requires concentration. So just be careful with the phone. You could hurt somebody at a birthday tea party if you're not fully there.
I know it, man. Listen, I'm in. I gotta be zoned in. I'm trying to train. I'm dialing in. Trying to be there. Trying to give 110%.
That's right.
And how old are the kids?
We'll live. My daughter is she'll be 8 in June, and so I think her friend is turning 7, so it's a 7-year-old birthday party.
So you're gonna give a bunch of kids caffeinated tea?
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm going somewhere. I assume it's water. They don't drink caffeinated tea. The kids do not drink tea. They're not lunatics.
Is it water or vodka?
Well, I mean, for them or for me, Brian?
Both.
Okay, vodka.
Yeah, brought his own tea.
Yeah.
I brewed it myself.
It's the Long Island
and
style.
That's why I cannot go back to that house.
I bet you got a lot of those stories.
Oh, of course. Why do you think Dusty had to move to Kentucky?
Even Detroit said, "No way, Dusty."
Yeah. Get out.
Detroit looked at Dusty and was like, "No, we cannot."
Guys, listen, we're trying to make it nice around here. You really got to get out of here.
All right, so Broncos are making their selection now. This is the round that they start doing the comp picks, so it's going to be an extra long round.
Yeah.
And they just went with another Iowa corner. They took Riley.
There you go. There's your boy.
They didn't comp him to Jason Sehorn, so we're not at peak NFL draft yet.
The Great White Hope.
Oh, they don't have Emoji anymore, do they?
No.
I think they...
I hate that lazy comps where they're like, oh, he's like... They just compare it to like every other white corner.
Yeah.
It's like they're comparing Van Ness to every other white pass rusher.
Well, Anthony Richardson is Cam Newton. Well,
oh God.
Cam was a much better passer than Richardson was. We had a little more data on that, man. So.
All right. I mean, that's a good pickup for them. Riley's got a good.
He's got the T-Rex arms though.
Yeah, but he's got the speed. Look at him.
Right, Dusty, what do you think of the Musgrave and Reed pick?
Big fan. Like Musgrave is like an unknown just because the injuries and stuff. So he was a guy I watched. I was like, well, if he hits, he's going to be very good. So I like what he could be, provided he is not injured all the time. And then I like Reed quite a bit. I kind of didn't really watch him at all. I saw Michigan State. I've got relatives that are big Michigan State people, so I watch him at Michigan State. Didn't really dive in just because he's on the smaller side. I don't know. He's fast. He's a little ball of lightning, and I like fast little men. So that's put that on my tombstone. Dusty Evely likes fast little men.
Maybe
well, then you just love the Miami pick because they just took that Devin Achane.
I've heard of A-Chain.
Yeah, it's A-Chain.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
He's just so small, though.
Yeah, he's fast, but he's small.
And that's like the kid from Kansas State, Vaughn.
Vaughn's like 5'5", isn't he?
He is 5'5", 175 or something like that.
That's a good pick, babe.
Yeah, Vaughn's going to be like a third down back, kick returner, punt returner.
Yeah.
If he can stay healthy, if he can handle taking the hits.
Yeah.
Chargers just picked my favorite linebacker from this class.
Henley.
Yeah.
How is his first name pronounced? Anybody got that one?
Dalen, I believe.
Yeah.
Dalen, I believe.
How come I just still hasn't popped up on mine?
There's Dalen.
He transferred from Nevada.
Yeah.
There's no L in his first name. How is that? Is that really Dalen? Is that how they say it?
Yeah. That's what I've heard it as, Dalen. He used to be a safety. He started out as a safety the first couple years in Nevada.
Yep, seen him play UH before.
Yeah, of course. Well, hey, next year you guys got Edwards from UH.
Yep.
He's probably the best guy for next year.
Okay.
Probably.
See, Dusty, my brain is already half on the 2024 draft.
See, Dusty, what
sicko
Brian trying to do is we're trying to get you in deep. You're just scratching the surface right now.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
We're gonna start sending you stuff like clips and articles or whatever, and just DMing you. Hey, check out this guy.
That was like
Dusty, we know you're free on Saturday, and you're in that area. Kentucky's in that region. You can watch this kid from Tulane.
I cursed Nick because Nick made me watch Puka Nakua, and I was like, why am I watching this guy? Like Nick made me do it, and then I didn't hate it.
That's because Nick is trying to make everyone a Puka fan.
Yeah.
Well, Brian tried to make me a Parker Washington fan, and I'll say I like Puka more than I like Parker Washington. So point Nick. I don't even know if you liked him. You just told me to watch him, didn't you, Brian? You like watch this.
You were asking about like smaller slot receivers. Right. So I just gave you a list of a bunch of guys.
But yeah, I think my review on that guy was like he always moves at 4.7. Like not slower, not faster. He's just consistently at 4.7.
Hey, he's consistent. He's consistent. You gotta get something.
Oh, that sounds like my coach is talking about me. Consistently slow.
I thought you were gonna say 4.7. Good for you, Mike. Good for you.
If I took the lead out of my ass, maybe. I'd be like Rich Eisen. 5.99 counts as breaking 6, right?
The only way Mike is going to run a 4.7 is if his wife is chasing him with a sandal.
My dad did all the tricks. He would chase me up the sideline, telling me if I didn't run faster, he was going to kick me as I went by. Now, my career achievement in football is I helped my dad get some kinks out of his back and his neck because he would stand up to celebrate a touchdown and then sit back down real fast. Whose son is that? Who the fuck dropped that?
I don't know him. Oh, guys, it's been almost 3.5 hours for a stream. This is for our first stream. That's pretty good.
Yeah. We have day three. That day three. That's tomorrow. Day three is my. That's where I make my money. Message me about anybody on day three.
I won't go to work tomorrow.
Message me about anybody.
What you guys
message me about anybody that gets picked tomorrow, and I'll give you a scouting report on them.
What you guys don't know is you remember when Mayock used to be with NFL Network and they would do the beat the truck thing. Brian is the truck, quote unquote.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Oh, they would yeah, they would have Mayock name like really obscure players and see if the truck has film on the kid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know I know a lot of the obscure names.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's Brian. That's just Brian's cell phone or his computer.
Cell phone flashed in my head.
Was it 2016? I actually had one that I watched, and I tweeted it at him, but somebody else tweeted the same name, so they took that guy and it beat the truck. And I can't remember what player it was, but it was from some random. I think it was up here at William Penn, because I only live like 40 minutes from William Penn, where Damon Harrison went.
Oh yeah.
And there was a tight end that was coming out that year, and I managed, because I have a cousin that went to Penn, so I was able to get some like little film breakdowns of the kids. So I was like, I'm gonna send this in because at least they know William Penn due to Damon Harrison, and somebody else beat me to it. I was like, who the hell else knows about William Penn?
Trenton Simpson, linebacker.
All right, so Simpson just went off the Ravens. They love their inside linebackers.
They love their athletic inside linebackers too. Those athletic freak types.
Who had the most picks this year?
The Packers were up there, but they weren't number one. It was someone else. It was a couple other teams.
Packers ended up with 11 before the draft.
Right now, I think we're sitting on 13.
Someone else going in. Someone else had more. There was like one or two teams that had more.
I think someone had
there's
14 or
someone that-
15 this year, but
Yeah,
I can't remember.
I think it was 14.
Was it Houston?
No, it was
No.
someone kind of random. Like you wouldn't think they would have the most. You know
But
what I
that
mean?
kind of makes sense because they got some for what's his name.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering because of all the picks that they got from Watson, the Watson trade.
Yeah.
Oh, here.
Houston
No,
Texans.
I don't want the betting odds. I just want who actually has the most. You bastards.
Texans and the Raiders.
And the Raiders have 12.
Yeah.
There you go.
See, I do know some things sometimes.
But
Sometimes.
that's
I
after
found
they
it.
did their wheeling and dealing. Nah, I'm kidding. I
No, that
don't
was
care.
before.
Before, yeah, it was before.
That was before.
Oh, there you go.
Man, the Texans were up and
The
down
Raiders
all over
are the
place.
one that surprised me. I guess I'm just so used to the Raiders trading all their picks away.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
They need a lot of help. Though.
Oh, now the
They-
49ers traded, so they're on the clock.
Joe Staley is reading
Oh.
their pick.
What are those
the
little
Raiders took Tyree Wilson and they took Mayer. Who else did they take?
I think
Jair
that's it.
Brown. Jair
Oh.
Brown.
Oh,
Penn.
from Penn State.
No,
That's
no,
amazing.
that's San Fran picking. I don't.
Oh, okay.
Did the Raiders actually pick anyone
I'm
else?
sorry.
Is that
Yes,
what this sounds?
49ers.
The 49ers took Jair Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
So, of
that
course,
was one of my
he's gonna
guys.
be pro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that.
Jair Brown was one of my guys.
He's gonna be another Hafunga for them now.
Gee, I'm gonna.
So here's a random question. I've always wondered about the guys that are sitting at home during draft night, where they get all the hats from. Do they have to go out and buy those, or does somebody ship those in?
I think
Somebody
their
orders them
agent-
all, and they just
Yeah. What's his face?
I saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
Don Kincaid.
Kincaid.
Yeah.
His
Couldn't
family
find the
did not
hat.
hide the other hats very good. they were very
Right
much in
behind.
frame.
And like they had trouble finding the right hat or something
Yeah,
like
he's
that.
rifling
Yeah.
through all of them.
He's going. He's like, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Did you see the Bills posted like a tweet of that actually, like a clip of that? I mean, and
Yeah.
they put like this like foreboding music with it while the guy's like trying to find the hat in the background. Hilarious.
Just like that Bears one from the other day with the bear waving by. That was hilarious. I laughed when I saw that.
I didn't see them, Brian. What was it?
It was the Chicago Bears, their Instagram or whatever, posted a picture of a bear at like a zoo or whatever, and it's like waving by because like waving by to Aaron Rodgers when the trade was announced.
Oh.
I thought it was hilarious.
All right,
There's
all right.
there's two things that I can't like stop laughing about all the Bears. Like I said, one of them is they keep posting snaps from Love's first start in Kansas City, and I was like,
Mhm.
okay, Fields looks worse than that against teams he's playing in his like 25th, 6th, and 7th starts.
Mhm.
And then they're doing all the wave bye stuff to Rodgers, and I'm like, okay, like Love might not be as good as Rodgers or Favre, but I'm pretty sure he's still better than your quarterback right now.
That's for sure.
But
That is for sure.
the funniest comeback to all of that is like, what's it called?
Tank Bixby.
Oh, he's a good one.
The funniest comeback I've seen to the Bears stuff is Brett Hundley has more wins in the Green Bay Chicago game in Soldier Field than Justin Fields does.
Tremendous game from
Wow.
Hundley. Tremendous
You
game.
know, but Justin Fields could be good, don't you think? He could be good.
No.
How's he just
Not
like,
in
no?
Chicago. Not in Chicago.
Oh,
I think he needs a lot more help than what Chicago's giving him.
true.
He gave
I don't
he gave a
think-
definite no.
I don't think he's good at
lives
throwing the
through it,
football. Like I
No,
just don't
no.
think he is. He's just his accuracy is like comically bad, and I think you can fix that within the margins. I don't think you can fix that. That's
Yeah.
like he's better than say Jake Locker, but that's a pretty low bar to clear, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Like everyone comped him to Cam, but he's actually worse than Cam.
By a wide margin.
Yeah.
Oh, Fred Taylor's making the
Find about
Jaguars
Taylor.
selection. That's
Yeah, he's been out
that
there a
doesn't
couple times. Oh yeah, I guess a
last
couple
for the
times.
past.
Fred has nothing to do. That's why.
Okay, guys, I'm going to take off.
All right,
All right,
Don, it was
Don.
great having
Thanks for
you
coming by.
on. We'll be in touch. We'll get you and Matt on Outback Packers one of these nights for a true episode, and we'll talk some football.
Hi, sweetie. Bye. I didn't even get to say hi to your cute little daughter. I'm so sorry. I have had my face in the phone the whole time. I've been ignoring her.
It's okay.
She made an appearance.
That's all right.
She's watching.
We ignore Brian too.
Yeah, I know.
All right, hey, go Pack, go.
Go Pack, go.
Go Pack, go.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Dawn. All right, well, we're dwindling down. I have no more guests coming on, so it's just us for now.
Just the boys.
Just us. Sam said that if he got a chance to get away from the spring practice, he'd hop on, but I don't think that's going to happen. And so it's just us. What do we got? We got Jacksonville just took Tank, which is kind of an interesting one for them. Because they've got what?
Good duo.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, what was their depth? Because they traded the one guy, Robinson.
Yeah.
So could be decent. Tank's more. If I remember right, Tank's more of a pounder, though, isn't he?
No, not really.
They used him a lot on their jet stuff. I mean, that was his one highlight too. But I remember he was the jet guy a lot.
Okay.
He had a few highlights.
Yeah.
That Auburn offensive line didn't help him at all, though.
That Auburn offense as a whole didn't do very much outside of a couple plays. So
it was bad. He was like the whole offense, basically.
Yep.
Okay.
You just watch them play. You're like, oh, Bigsby.
I don't think I watched Tank. Maybe I didn't watch Tank.
I did.
It's only one Tank.
We know you did, Brian.
Tank Dell.
That's right.
I did watch Tank Dell. And although I liked him, he was just too small.
He's tiny, but he's so good though.
So fast.
Yeah. He's so quick.
Productive.
So quick.
I mean, what, he had like 3,000 yards in just 2 seasons?
Yeah, and if you watch a lot of Tank Dell, he could have done a lot more of his quarterback. Like every other pass, he's missing him by about 5 yards. Like I feel like he could have been.
Hey, I don't want to do any Clayton Tune slander on here.
Oh, I love Tune. Tune is, but yeah, he had his moments where he was overshooting the hell out of people.
Okay.
Well, some of that I wondered because there was like an issue, and I posted a clip of it, but there's an issue with Dell's release as such. Like he has to work a little extra hard. So
yeah.
If that is kind of timing, you see him like missing a corner route. I feel like Dell probably should have been further into that route than he was. So Tune's kind of thrown to a window, and Dell is not there because he had to work real hard to get off the line. So I feel like that was part of the issue as well. I don't want to put this is me backtracking. I'm trying not to put it all on Tune, Brian. I don't want you to be mad at me.
We just called you out, so now you got to backtrack on what you just
No, I mean I do think there's something to it. I think
Dusty doesn't want to have to go to 2 different houses to recollect his children.
Listen, I'm not driving to Iowa. Like Joe can just have them if they're in Iowa. I'm not going to Iowa.
But Dusty will come to California though.
Yeah,
it's on the way, kinda.
Well, I'm sure there's farmers around here that need some help on their planting.
Farm. I know Excel. I know that.
There went Kobe Turner.
Can I farm with Excel?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
sure.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Yeah, Brian. Kobe Turner just went to the Rams.
The kid that the Packers. Wait, Kobe Turner. The defensive lineman.
Yeah.
From Wake. Okay, yeah.
My thing keeps freezing. I think my poor laptop's got too much shit going on at one time that it's not able to keep it all going.
But I've been telling you guys, like, just keep an eye out for Holton Allers. The Green Bay's going to bring him in.
Who's that?
I'm curious if they're gonna.
Holton Allers, the ECU quarterback.
You think they're gonna? Do you think they'll pick him, or do you think he'll make it out and they'll just UDFA him?
Probably UDFA.
Yeah.
Maybe a small chance they take him at the very end, but I think more UDFA probably.
With their gazillion 7th round picks.
Well, because I mean they've met with him 3 times, so I mean
I know, right? That's more than some colleges meet with recruits.
Right. That's more than some teams meet with 1st round picks. I mean, so they must like something about him.
I mean, ask Lucas.
Yeah.
That's what he said. He's only met with him for like 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, he met with him at the combine, and that was it.
Yeah. Well, generally how the Packers do it, like they just kind of like, they kind of barely meet with you and like, hey, like, and then that's about it,
Yeah.
Last year they didn't. Last year they met with almost all of them multiple times.
Last year was a weird year, I think. It was just, but then the years before that, they only drafted like a couple of guys, so it's like I think last year was just kind of like weird happenstance type thing.
I think they had a couple extra boxes to check off, kind of thing, and stuff like that.
So yeah, that's why they bring in a lot of those guys. They're just trying to get some background information, usually, or medical stuff.
All right, so Cowboys are making their selection now. Who is it, Roshan?
No, Overshown.
Overshown.
Oh, DeMarvin Overshown?
Yeah. The linebacker version of Sidney Brown.
Yeah, basically. He's small, he's fast, but he misses a lot of tackles.
Funny thing is, his arms aren't that short either.
No, I mean just small in general, not his arms.
Yeah. Oh no. But I'm saying in terms of missed tackles, because
a
lot of he's not what's his face
Ty Summers.
Yeah, he's not T-Rex Ty Summers.
Oh, T-Rex man, yeah.
Not T-Rex, yeah. Hey, Ty Summers is still in the league.
Where's he at now?
I forgot.
Jacksonville?
Somewhere.
Jacksonville Saints, yeah.
Maybe Jacksonville, yeah. I think it sounds about right.
I think that's where he ended up originally after he was let go from Green Bay, but I don't know if that's where.
Now he's the Saints. That's what it is.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know he's a somebody.
Yeah. No, his pictures come up Jacksonville.
That's where players go to die.
I remember Overshown. I watched some of him. Yeah, he looked pretty good. Maybe he'll be the first one for Dallas to wear the 0, huh? Because he wore 0 in college.
Oh, maybe.
Who's going to wear the number 0 for Green Bay?
I hope
nobody.
I hope someone wears a triple-digit number before 0 for Green Bay.
That'd be awesome.
It's getting to that point that they're going to have to, because all these numbers are going to start getting retired, and there's not going to be anything for anybody else.
You missed the Washington discussion earlier, Dusty.
Yeah. Well, we talked about his knee a little bit, but yeah, we didn't. I guess I missed a lot of it. Ooh, Canadian influencer. Ooh.
Oh, because it's the Bills, of course.
Is he from Canada, or is he trying to get you to go to Canada with his influencing? I need to.
Is he just jumping across the Niagara Falls?
Yeah, no. Yeah, what was the Washington discussion, Brian?
That the Packers don't like him. They think he's an asshole, basically.
I think that's probably true.
Yeah, that's what I've been told by multiple people. That's why they brought him in.
I'm curious about you guys as well, because I watched him, and that's one of those, like, his obviously his charting, like, off the charts, like, elite athlete, big dude, and then you watch him and you're like, I don't see the athleticism here. He doesn't really he
flashes of it.
He flashes of it, but like not consistent. And I know there's like the run blocking stuff, but like technically didn't seem overly sound in that. And he, like, you got to work to get better. And I don't know, is he going to work to get better? And it does not look like a natural receiver at all. So that's one of those, like, I like the idea of Darnell Washington that I watched. Yeah. I was like, this isn't the guy I expected to watch based on like what I'd heard going into this.
If you get him in, like, you get him the ball like in an alleyway, you can run straight forward. He looks nice, but outside anything other than that, he's kind of not great.
Yeah,
I will still say it until somebody tells me different, but when he runs down the field, he looks like Sasquatch.
He kind of does.
Sasquatch could have gone on the second if he didn't blow out his knee. Right? You know, elite prospect.
It's because Dusty shot him in the knee.
Well, listen, don't come into my house.
Especially when I'm getting ready to go get my kids back.
Seriously, man. No, read the room, Sasquatch.
No, yeah, he has offer him the right kind turkey, Dusty.
No, I know what you mean, Joe. He like doesn't pick his knees up when he runs. At least when he's in uniform. I think it's
and he's like hunched over too. So it just
kind of I
think it's one of those where like he got so much coaching, like you got to stay low, kind of thing. And yeah, he looks like I think he would be faster if he just stood up, kind of thing. Because
he's seeing like hurdling dudes too, and you're like, oh wow,
yeah.
But then like you see him doing other stuff, you're like, wait, what?
So Buffalo just took Dorian Williams from Tulane.
Oh, I like him a lot. He's good.
Kansas City just traded up.
Dorian Williams is really good.
Yeah, I liked him. He's kind of a tweener, though.
Tweener as far as how?
Safety linebacker hybrid.
He's like 230. He's like
222 is what they had him listed at on
222.
Yeah.
He's 228, I believe, at the combine.
I don't know. They just had it listed on the screen as 222.
No, that's weird.
There's been a lot of that this year, yeah, Brian, where like people aren't updating from combine or pro day numbers kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It feels like it's more than normal kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because they don't know what they're doing half the time, so they're just throwing. It's kind of like we were just joking earlier, where we make it sound like we know what we're talking about.
Yeah. But I wasn't joking. I was being serious. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Joking.
Yeah. Dusty's very good at joking.
Yeah.
Dusty has a good poker face. That's why
I live my life.
Yeah, he does. And Dusty talks fast too. So.
Mike's got the best poker face. He just doesn't turn on his camera.
Yeah.
That's because you would see my eye twitching when I'm trying not to say it. No, okay. The best Dusty story I've got is when Dusty was doing his play breakdowns thing for like a couple months, and we were all signed in, and none of us wanted to be the person to say, Dusty, my screen's not showing what you're talking about. We just see you. So we go through the whole 45 minutes, and then Dusty goes, so any questions? And I think it was Uya, and she goes, so Dusty, I couldn't see anything.
You guys tell me.
And Dusty's like, oh, I'm so sorry. And then all of that broke the ice for all. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's on you guys. That's your fault. So why don't you guys tell me? I was so excited. I was walking through everything and no one said a word.
Yeah, it's not Dusty's fault. It was fault.
My defense was I was driving home, so I was like, oh, that's just because I'm driving in my car.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
There's my wife. She's breaking me down emotionally and mentally. She goes, we're cowards for not having told him.
Again?
No, now she's gone from physical to mental and emotional.
Good. That's what you
won't
deserve.
see me melt on camera now. Oh. Damn it! There goes Wanye.
Wanya?
Yep.
Oh, that was Ben. That's another one of Ben's guys.
Oh no, my boys
Ben's
to men.
Ben's having a bad weekend.
Chief selection.
Hey, there's still a chance for a Jukwu.
Yep.
Cedric Tillman is friends with Jimmy Haslam.
Huh? That's
Jimmy
weird.
Haslam doesn't have friends.
It's just he's a donor to UT apparently, so he would hang out around practices. So he paid money to be Cedric Tillman's friend. Is the way I am reading this.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Hey Cedric, what you doing tonight? Want to hang out? What's up, Cedric?
Yeah, you guys.
While he's handing him $100 bill.
You guys want some new helmets, or do you not want to hang out with me?
That's where you pull the Rogers. Nice try, though.
Yeah.
Nice try, though. You text him. Nice try.
How do you get that text? His house can't get cell service. Crazy
Yeah,
world.
no kidding, right?
Living in.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't FaceTime you before we started live streaming, so I apologize.
It's a whole lot of dumb stuff that's come out of this Rogers stuff. That was like the dumbest. What kind of explanation is this?
Says he's a habitual liar, and when you've already circled the first lie with the whole "went into the darkness" thing, and now he's circling it again. So when you've spiraled the lie not once but twice, this is what happens.
Yep, no, that's true. That's exactly what it is.
I'm just glad that the drama is really over in Green Bay. Let the Jets deal with it from now on. Yeah, we're going to have some mentions of it or whatever, but I think that's what was, stay, don't stay, but make the stupid decision. Quick, cut out the excuses. You either want to play here or you don't want to play here. And, let's not drag it out. Remember, you're the one that kept saying, well, I don't want to drag this out. I don't want to drag this out. But you drug it out. And, I'm glad it's done. I don't get me wrong. I like Rodgers. He did great things in Green Bay. He did get the one Super Bowl, although there should have been more. But I'm tired of it. He said he didn't want to be like Favre, but in the end, he ended up almost exactly like Favre.
Well, aside from like defrauding a state, he's still got time.
That was after.
He's got time.
That was even after the ding ding pick. So
yeah, also that. When I saw him in a Jets hoodie, I had that like moment of sadness, but then it was immediately replaced by "But no more Rodgers watch for the rest of my life."
So you think?
No, until he retires and it's time to retire the jersey, then it's going to be.
It's going to be love watching like 10 years.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm glad the Packers got what they got for him. I was like everybody else at the beginning. It's automatically you think, all right, well, I'm trading Aaron Rodgers for like 4 first-round draft picks and your firstborn child and shit like that. And then when reality hits, it's like, okay, I can see this happening, but if they give up or they take what they took for Favre, then the they weren't even trying. And
they should trade him last year.
They should have, but I know Westendorf said this a lot that no time in history has a back-to-back MVP been traded the year after winning back-to-back MVPs. So it would have been.
You listen to Westendorf?
Well, every so often something pops up out of his mouth that sticks with you. And I got to suck up a little bit because he has helped me out a little bit with Outback Packers, but so. You catch me off live stream, I might say a little bit different stuff, but
has he really helped you out? Has he actually helped you
out? He's paid to be friends. He's paid to be friends with John.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is he the one who taught you how to kidnap Dusty's kids?
Yeah,
that's absolutely what it was. Yeah, that does seem like a Westendorf thing.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Darnell Washington.
There you go. I'm still on commercial, so I don't
Interesting.
know.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Steelers. At least Big Ben's not up there, so we don't have to worry about those two being together.
He'll still be involved.
Well, what do we got? We got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 more picks until the round's over.
9 more, damn.
Who are you hoping to see go to the Packers tomorrow? Any big hopes for anybody here?
Yeah, the running back from Pitt. I can never pronounce his name properly.
Israel
Abanikanda.
Yeah.
I want us to draft Andre Iosivas just because he went to my high school.
So you can pretend like you know him?
Oh, yeah. My sister actually kind of knows him or knows who he is.
My sister's roommate's brother's cousin's twice removed knows him.
It's really funny because my school is pretty cliquey and stuff like that. But me, my brother, and my sister have this thing where we have like our core of friends and stuff like that. But we have so many people who tell us like, "Oh yeah, we know who you are," kind of thing. I'm like, "Who the fuck is that?"
I get that, wanting to have a guy on the team who you have a connection like that with. Shaka Smart, you may know, the coach Marquette for basketball. We went to high school together. He's a year older than me. Super nice guy.
Nice. No, yeah.
He broke a ton of records for the school in basketball that still stand actually. But yeah, super smart,
really?
super cool guy.
I can't say I know anybody famous from my high school.
That's why I want somehow I don't care if he's like way over the hill or not, but that's why I want Default Buckner to play for the Packers at some point, because I do actually know him. I actually coached him when he was a freshman in high school, and that was insane. Like,
wait, you coached who?
DeForest Buckner.
Oh, DeForest Buckner. Oh, okay.
Like, you don't see a lot of guys that are 6'6", 220 and like put together the right way in Hawaii, and it was just insane. Like, yeah.
Because they're usually like 5'9", 5'10".
They're showing Washington run on the field, and all I can see is Sasquatch.
I'm telling you, man, Sasquatch would have been just a hell of a player. Hell of a
You
player.
There goes Michael Wilson.
Yeah, but you got to worry about hygiene with Sasquatch. I mean,
That's good because other people
good.
not gonna want to be near him.
You got guys like pooping themselves like at the line and stuff. Sasquatch, just like he'd be incredible. Are you kidding me? That's a plus.
You
That's a
can
feature,
coach
not a
hygiene.
bug, Joe. Yeah, you can't coach hygiene.
So okay, with Dusty, what position would Sasquatch play though? Optimally.
Oh,
Tight
I
end.
mean, listen, a tight end, he'd be great. I mean, really, just tackle, like just an absolute
Michael
mauler,
Wilson
like
just went to Arizona.
a literal mauler, just refuel limb from limb.
Just mauling,
Yeah.
like ripping their heads off. And...
Well, like, shockingly soft hands. So as a tight end, I think makes the most sense.
I'd put him at defensive line. I'd dare somebody to run against that team if he was on defense.
Listen, I don't think there's a bad answer. I think Bigfoot.
Maybe not quarterback though. I don't know about that.
They've only able to tackle him if you're not quarterback.
Yeah, he's got the ball in his hands every play. What's the
Nobody will be able to tackle him.
That's right.
Yeah, but
Just
I
lumber
would
us
hate
forward.
to catch a ball from him. That arm speed, man. I don't know.
He's got a long delivery. That's the
Yeah.
no RPO game. He's got a very long release delivery.
But that ball speed coming out, that'd be worse than Favre. He'd kill somebody.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He'd throw the guy, he'd hit the guy right in the chest and just go through his chest.
Yeah.
It's like Elway said, I'll just throw it hard enough to get them stuck in their face mask.
Well, that was the Elway thing, right? Was like they
Yep.
said they have like the crosses on them or whatever because it would like if they body caught it, they would just have like the indentation of the front of the football on their
Get it
stomach.
stuck in the face mask.
Yeah.
Got about Michael Wilson.
Yeah, but with
Going to
Sasquatch,
the
it would take
Cardinals
the
here.
head off.
That's a solid pick for them.
Yep.
Who do you go to?
Washington or Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah.
What do we,
I'm not,
what do we know
I'm
about
not
Michael
super high
Wilson?
on him.
Not in round 3. Yeah, I'm surprised he's going ahead of like Perry and stuff like that.
And Wicks too. I'm surprised.
Yeah, and Wicks and Perry. If they get to, I know that people are going to say like, what? They got other things to do, but I think they need one more receiver out of this draft. And if
One more
they're
outside
there,
receiver.
yeah,
Preferably somebody who could play inside or outside, but yeah, at least one outside.
As for Wilson, I think I watched a little bit of him. I think he's a solid player. It was really hard to watch Stanford stuff because their system is just...
The play calling was bad. The quarterback was bad.
Well, I can't even blame the quarterback. It was just their system. It was like an RPO, a hesitant RPO
like that. It's
system.
that long mesh RPO stuff. Yeah.
The Wake Forest stuff.
Yeah.
And the thing is that McKee wasn't even good at doing it. So,
yeah, but Wake Forest could actually run it and run it well, but Stanford couldn't run it.
So it's really hard to judge them. I know they got another receiver that I really liked, and that was Higgins. And I don't think he's been taken yet. He'll probably be taken later.
No.
But
Yeah, he won't be on the Packers board either.
So right now we got the Bengals making their selection.
What do you guys think of that? I haven't really watched him, but who's the tight end out of Cincinnati? Josh Wiley or whatever.
Josh Wiley.
Josh Wiley, yeah.
How is he? Is he a fit? Is he any good?
Kind of. He's like they split him out a lot, and they didn't really throw him on the ball a lot. Cincinnati ran kind of a weird offense.
Yeah.
And he's got really short arms for a guy that's 6'6". Kind of weird. So his like catch radius is not very big.
Okay.
And he didn't really play to his speed, I think, on film. But I mean, he's 6'6", so I mean, and you can split him out. He actually was an okay blocker.
Okay.
I felt like he was an okay blocker.
He's a guy I had circled for like day 3, like potentially just from what I've heard, but I've not watched him at all.
I think he would have been more likely if they hadn't taken 2 today, kind of thing.
Yeah. I don't think, since they took 2 today, I don't think they're going to take another one tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot
Unless
about him as a player,
Kuntz
but I
falls
could
to
look
like
up his
round 5 or something like that. I think that could be a swing.
Did you do stuff with him with the where you're working, Matt? I
don't know a lot about him as a player. I could actually look up his GPA, but I just want a student record. I can tell you what he got in English, that kind of stuff. But I don't know about him as a player. So
the real stuff. We're getting under the hood of the scouting stuff.
That's like, look at the note here from the teacher. Disruptive in class.
All right, so the Bengals just took the other safety out of Alabama, Jordan Battle. So I'm assuming they're hoping that he's gonna replace Jesse Bates.
That battle was pretty meh. That's pretty meh on battle.
Yeah, I
He had
kind
some-
of was too, but I think I liked him a little bit better than I did Branch.
Oh yeah,
Because he's more of a true safety, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I don't know, I saw some. It was funny when I was watching him. I was like, man, I see some like Ha Clinton Dix in his game, and then like I realized later on, oh wait, Ha Clinton Dix coaching there. And I was like, oh, that makes sense.
And now
what
the
you want to do when you
Lions
get
are
ready to tackle
making.
is you put your head down. You just make sure you lower your head when you get ready to tackle.
All right, so the Lions are
Because if
making
you
their
put your head in the right
selection,
place, the
and
ball
they've
will
had
pop
some weird.
And don't worry about like the angle to the ball carrier. Just try
Get in the general vicinity, and if you think you
When
can
you
make the
secure
tackle,
your
but maybe
first
it'll be
Pro
hard,
Bowl,
just
you don't
lay
have
up.
to
Just put
tackle
your hands
anymore.
up.
Yeah, you'll tackle him. You'll be fine. You know, and when you see a pile up and run, just let it happen. Just stand there and watch it. It's okay.
Yeah.
So Broderick
Detroit
Martin,
just took
huh?
defensive tackle. Yeah, Broderick Martin out of Western Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, he's a good nose tackle. Yeah, I'm surprised he went so early though. I thought he was like a day 3 guy. He's more of a pure nose tackle type. I mean, he can rush the passer a little bit, but he's more
It's
of
like the Lions
Detroit.
seem like they're doing like the Raiders, like the Mayak thing when they took like Farrell and Jacobs, where like they're drafting the team for like 1987 is basically where they're at.
Well, no, Jimmy Gibbs is not 1987 guy. Jimmy Gibbs wouldn't have been even running back 1987.
No, I just mean you're taking like you're taking a running back and an inside linebacker like
Right.
relatively high in the first round and getting hyped
And a
over
nose
it,
tackle.
and nose tackle a little higher than maybe he should go. Like, I don't know, man. I think you don't know where we're at right now.
Well, I think the Cowboys did that with Mozzie. Smith.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
Brian, how do you feel about DeJuan Jones? I didn't even realize he hasn't been picked yet.
He's not going to be a Packer.
Yeah.
You
Unless
guys
he
read
makes it
my article
undrafted, right?
You guys read my article in the draft guide?
I missed that. I didn't see that one.
Oh yeah, I wrote the article on 8 guys. Yeah, I wrote the article on 8 guys they wouldn't draft.
That's right.
I don't know how to read.
Why doesn't let you read?
No.
I like Jones. It's just he's not fit for Green Bay. I mean, he's a big physical dude. He's huge, but he's a right tackle only. He's not going to be able to play left tackle or guard or anything like that.
That's why I was always kind of surprised they signed Caleb last year. But yeah,
well, I was just going to say the only way I would see somebody like him ended up in Green Bay is if it's going to be undrafted like Caleb Jones.
Exactly.
Because taking Caleb Jones as an undrafted free agent or a guy like Caleb Jones, you have only everything to gain. You have nothing to lose out of it. So if he can turn into a premier player as an undrafted, you look like a genius. But if he fails, you don't lose anything out of it.
Yeah.
Now, if you take him in the 4th round,
even if he turns into an okay backup, you're still winning.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what they did with Yash. Yash was kind of the same way.
Not as big, but yeah.
Right. I mean, he was super tall. He just wasn't as stout as these other guys are.
Right.
But, now they look kind of like a genius because he's turned into a serviceable starter at multiple positions.
Yeah. I mean, Caleb Jones said he dropped weight after the Packers brought him or signed him or whatever. So.
Yeah, they're pretty stout. They're pretty strict on that. They have a certain threshold, and you've got to meet it.
Yeah, I think 370 is above it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was quoted as saying like he's in the 340s.
But I think the thing with Yash too is that they saw that he had the soul of a poet and the voice of an angel. So they're like, oh, he's gonna develop, man. He's that dude. And it turns out, yep.
Does he play like piano too or something like that?
Yeah, I should hear him sing. He's got this beautiful voice. It's amazing.
Really, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, there was the reason why I know this, other than being like a Yash diehard, is that Packers, they do those like 15-minute like in-depth thing on a player. They interview them. It's really easy to miss it in your podcast feed because they're small, but they're good. And so there's one that they did with him last season that was good. It was one of the better ones I've heard, actually. I recommend going back and checking it out.
Was it just him singing? It was just a 15-minute concert of Nyman.
By different like concertos kind of thing and stuff.
Now, was it classical or was he more of a modern type of singer?
If I remember correctly, they had some clips of him singing some gospel and something else, but I can't remember what now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got a multi-talented guy on the roster then, huh? Plays football, can sing, plays piano.
Yeah,
probably can move the piano if you need to.
Too.
Yep.
Nice.
Um,
Sounds like he doesn't love football enough if he has time for other hobbies. I don't know, man. Rubs me the wrong way. Where's your commitment?
Like Joey Harrington.
Man, I love Joey Harrington so much. So much I love Joey Harrington.
I remember when the Celtics drafted Jaylen Brown, everyone's like, he does other things besides basketball. I was like, that's like the stupidest thing. Like, I was like, it ain't crime, it ain't drugs. I don't give a shit what he does.
Get him out of here.
Time.
Throw him out.
Or like Matt Leinart, he did other things.
Yeah, just stick to football. We don't want you doing anything else. We don't want you talking. We don't want you thinking. You just need to play football.
Breathe, just sit.
Yeah, Matt Leinart did other things too, man. Look at how he... Oh, wait.
All right, so the Commanders are making their selection. They took Ricky Stromberg out of Arkansas.
He's a good center. He's like the best center in the class.
Oh, there's everyone's former nose tackle love Siaki Ika.
Siaki Ika, yeah.
until
that was Sam's guy.
Until he posted a RAS that would probably still beat mine.
You know,
my only saving grace is that I would be doing my athleticism would be for a 230-pound person. So maybe being in that weight bracket, it would give me a little cushion on some of the testing.
You're testing as a DT at 230. You should blow that away, Mike.
So I'd
probably
have
be
to
like
say
Rich Eisen when
thing
they do like him racing against people.
that I'm disappointed in this year.
I remember
there's
BJ
one
Raji
thing with this
was the
draft
one they were like,
I'm
oh no.
We didn't get a gas mask bong video drop.
No, we got Sean Payton doing it. Sean Payton took one for everyone else.
What you see is Sean was creating a smoke screen for his players.
I keep forgetting he's in Denver right now.
I know. I was like, why is
capital US.
Yeah. I was like, why is a studio commentator getting? I was like, oh shoot, that's right, he's their coach.
All right, so the Browns took Ika.
Oh crap! Brian, you're off a round.
4.
Just look.
Jake
Holy
Moody.
crap.
Man. Jake Moody's off the board. No.
Jake Mooney win the 3rd.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Go ahead,
The
Jake Moody.
49ers just took him.
Wow.
They still don't have a quarterback, man. They still have a quarterback. They're taking Jake Moody in the 3rd round. What is this?
Okay, like, that cracks me the fuck up because it's like, oh my god, John Lynch is so great, blah blah blah. It's the same shit as Joe Douglas.
Nope.
But I'm like, why does he get such a pass for trading like what was it, 4 first-round picks to
3?
get?
I think it was three first rounds for Wentz.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, oh, he might be getting traded. Oh no, wait. No, we're not trying to trade him. Like,
you know what I think they're doing there? I think they're looking at the Rams roster and saying, let's just get all the specialists now since you guys got 9. Pretty brilliant.
That doesn't make sense, man. Like, he's a good kicker, but not. I don't know, man.
Who was the Florida State kid that went in like the first
Aguayo.
or second round?
Aguayo.
Oh yes,
Aguayo was the second round. Unless you're talking about Janikowski, Janikowski went the first.
No, I was talking about Aguayo. Yeah,
Aguayo, yeah.
We're talking non-Al Davis category.
Yeah.
A funny story about that Al Davis picks back when Al Davis was still there running everything. I had a friend. He had some sort of connection with the Raiders. I don't know what it was, but he had some sort of source, and he told me like probably like 2 weeks before the draft. He's like, "Oh, the Raiders they're going to take Darius Hayward-Bay in the first round." And I was like, "What?" I was like, "Darius Hayward-Bay." I was like, "You mean the guy from Maryland?" He's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "What? That guy's just fast." Like, what? I was like, "No way." He's like, "Yeah, they're going to take him." Draft came around, they took him, and I was like, "What the hell?"
That was what, like 7th overall? That was top 10, right?
7th overall, yeah. And like, I had a coworker that was a Raiders fan. I told him, he's like, "No way." I was like, "Yeah, they're going to take Hayward-Bay."
DJ, I think.
Oh yeah, way before.
I remember, yeah, because I think that was after the longest yard remake came out, and so everyone kept using that one clip when the guy's talking about Nellie's character. They're like, "This is Al Davis at the draft. He's fast. He makes other fast guys look not fast." They're like Al Davis every draft day.
I mean, Davis, his entire philosophy boiled down to like speed to the point where it was comical. And he was so good at that stuff. But then by the end, it was really just like, what's his 40 time take him? I'll do it based on 40. It'll take Darius Hair. Doesn't matter if you can't catch. Doesn't matter if you're only one runner out. That dude ran a 4.3. Like, he is on my team.
They had those run of DBs that you were like, who?
Yeah. Who was the guy?
No, before him. No, they took the kid from like Ohio.
Yeah, he was like a
4.2
4.2 safety. I can't remember what his name was, but he was like just his one trait was that he was fast, but that just meant he ran himself out of plays. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Yeah. I remember.
With an F, maybe. I think his first name started with an F. It was a small school safety, I thought.
Yeah, I think he was an Ohio Bobcat. I only remember because I think he played for the Steelers at one point, and my dad was so pissed off.
That sounds right. Yeah, I think you're right.
My dad's Mike Mitchell. That's his name.
Oh yeah, Mike Mitchell. You're right.
I remember because by the time the Steelers got him, my dad's like, he's not even that fast anymore. Why?
Okay, so what kicker are they going to draft in the 7th round then? This is Money Moody's gone.
The kid from Ohio State.
He sucked.
He had trouble kicking at Michigan a couple years ago.
I have Ryland will be my kicker too.
Honestly, I don't know because I didn't look at any kickers this year. So
the
reason I knew Moody was because that was the hot name to talk about.
I chose to do the kickers.
I was gonna say they just like that's you've done such a good job, Brian. Like no one else can do this. This is Brian's category. Brian's the kicker guy.
That's pretty much what Al told me.
Can I do something else? Absolutely not. Under no circumstances.
We were supposed to do an Outback Packer specialist, and it was basically going to be Joe talking about Iowa's punter and me talking about Jake, and that was it.
Well, we were actually going to make a separate episode for special. That was going to be our last show because it was going to be a quick, not even maybe a half-hour thing or whatever. But then we decided that we were going to do this live stream. Well, the way our episodes come out, they come out on Wednesday, and it didn't make sense to drop our final mock draft the Wednesday before the draft because I didn't think anybody would pay attention to it being the next night was going to be immediately draft night. So I was like, okay, so why don't we just combine special teams in our final mock? We'll not release the episode for the Wednesday and then just do the live stream, and that'll count as our 2 episodes for, the past week and then this coming week. So otherwise we were planning on doing a full special teams episode, and I was like, so I would have watched them, but after we figured out the scheduling, I was like, nope, not going to watch anybody.
Yeah. Trey Tucker.
My guy's coming out next week or next year. Tory Taylor out of Iowa.
Out of Iowa, you say?
Yep.
Who could have foreseen?
Yeah, but even without it being from Iowa, this kid's like the best punter in the nation. It was pretty sad that fans were booing the offense and cheering the special teams when he would come out because he's an Aussie punter. So yeah.
Who's the LSU guy? Brad Wing? Was that Brad Wing that was like the Australian punter in LSU that was like 28 years old?
I'm trying to think. I don't remember. The only other Aussie punter that I remember is the one for the Chargers for years. Bennett. What was his name? Drew Bennett.
Sounds right. I honestly don't remember.
I don't remember. It's been so long, but so who was the last? The Raiders just took Trey Tucker out of Cincy.
Well, then the Niners, I think we're a little ahead of you. Niners just took Cameron Latu out of Alabama, the tight end out of Alabama.
So that leaves Minnesota left, and then this is done. So what are our final thoughts? Before we're at the 4 hour and 10-minute mark, guys.
I love it. Hello.
I
love it, dude. Yeah, the Van Ness one, like I said, just because I wanted a pass catcher, but I think he fits what they do so well. And I think maybe it's just because it's the guys I've liked, but you got the 2 tight ends, you got an athletic guy who can pick up some yak and line up different spots and read and also take the top off the defense a little bit. Like, I mean, so far, I think they absolutely crushed it. So I'm a big fan so far. Big fan.
Same boat. I would say there's always people who you wish they could take, but you only get so many picks. And with the ones that they did, I'm really happy with it. I also feel like for as much information that I try to take in about all the different players and stuff, they know more than I do. So I'm going to trust Gutekunst on this.
I always say that too. I love watching draft prospects and all that, but there's a reason they get paid millions of dollars to do what they do, and I don't get paid anything for what I do. So it just, Dusty still hasn't cut me that check yet for the stuff that I do. So it just.
Well, I think this is my point. This is one of the reasons that, well, there's a lot of reasons I don't do a lot of draft stuff. One of the main reasons is the most important stuff about a prospect, about someone coming in, is the stuff that we simply will never know. It's the character stuff. You look at the tight ends, and I mean, like someone like Musgrave, or even we'll take Washington as an example. I know he had the knee thing, and some rumblings have come out about like off the field or attitude or whatever, but we don't really know. He's this bigger guy, and you see like what he could become, but what he could become depends so much not only on the situation he goes to, but how receptive he is to the coaching. And all of that stuff is not just the medicals. That stuff is also the meetings and how you take to what you're able to apply yourself to. And all of that stuff, like you can watch these guys, like every single one of these guys that's going to be drafted, for the most part, you're looking to go, they could do some freakish stuff on the field. He's a good football player, could be a good football player, but all this stuff as far as like what demands success from them, we don't know. So you can do all of this stuff, you can look at all of the work, you can do everything you can do, but ultimately a lot of the stuff comes behind closed doors that we just don't have access to. And so that's one of the reasons I don't do a lot of draft stuff, is just because I can like this guy a lot, but like, well, I don't know how he tested behind the scenes. I don't know what the interviews were like. I don't know what his I was a big fan because I'm follow Florida quite a bit. Coming straight out of Florida, just as a player, I really liked Ja'Kai Polite. And I mean, some of that, then that was obvious. He came out during the combine stuff and his interviews, like he showed up overweight and his attitude there, like that was obvious, but so much of that stuff is behind closed doors. Like as soon as you saw those interviews, that guy's going to fail. And then, but we know that because of how he presented himself. But if that's behind closed doors, we would never know that. And you're like, well, why didn't they pick him in the top 15? Well, this is why they didn't pick him in the top 15. And we are not privy to that stuff. So it's very tricky. There's so many unknowns that we do not have access to.
And, to kind of go with that, you also got like the Carter kid from Georgia, there's so much stuff that we see, like police reports and stuff like that. And, he's talking to the police and everything else. We don't know the situation. We know what happened, but we don't know what his role in anything was. And, that's why these guys have the meetings of the top 30s and all that stuff. So, yeah, I agree. I just love... You could call it narcissism, but I love being able to watch this stuff. And kind of like I was showing off earlier, I made a couple of mock drafts before my final one where in the first round I took Lucas Van Ness, and the second round I took Luke Musgraves. So that kind of shit, stuff I love to do just to see how close I can make my stuff to what actually happens. So, it doesn't kill me that, oh, well, this guy I thought was going to be first. That's why I always tell people I don't put rounds on my guys, because you never know. There's no secret that one of my guys was Jonathan Mingo. I got to the point that I kept throwing up the all aboard gif every time somebody mentioned him, because I'd been on Mingo forever. And but you would see some of these things and people had him going in like the 4th or 5th round. Well, he ended up going in like the top part of the 2nd round tonight. That's why I don't put draft grades on my guys, because I could think this guy's going to be a first rounder, but like Dusty said, these other, the guys that make the money that do this have heard what he says, have seen, multiple, I get to see what somebody puts out for the all 22. They get the all 22. They get everything they ever want on a guy, and they can make a decision based off that. I got to make my decision off one or two videos or a highlight.
But again,
reel
even with the all 22, I mean, that's a wider view, clearly, especially like you can see kind of those back end guys, what they're doing, how it develops a quarterback, how they go through the reads and all stuff. But again, like you can have all of that, and then it's still, what are the interviews? How are they as a person? How they gel with the coaching staff? Is he receptive to the coaching? Is he going to be with the coaching staff that can actually like build him into, because these guys don't come out fully formed. I mean, I said something about JSN earlier, and like I feel like he probably is, but for the most part, these guys don't come out fully formed. Like their progression, who they're going to be as a player, depends on who they are, what they're willing to do, what they're willing to put in, and the situation they're in. And we don't know any of that. Like you could have all the film in the world, and we still don't know any of that. So it's just right. Well, and then also like how do these guys value their rooms? What, like the Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs. They probably shouldn't have done that as far as I'm sitting, but they had, I mean, Brad Holmes was very excited. Brad Holmes almost broke a table. He was so excited about that pick. So like they value players. They value that position as far as either from their system, where they want to be as a team, what their perceived needs are. Like there's so many conversations in the building, even beyond that player himself, that we're not privy to, that they see this as, we needed a need because the running back class, next year isn't going to be good, and we're going to lose Swift next year, and so we want to make sure we get someone now because we don't really like where it's going to be, and we're thinking 2 years down the line. Like for the most part, we're not doing that. There's I mean, and as us, we are a handful of people for the most part doing this individually. You see these war rooms, it's like there's 30 guys in these rooms, man.
Well, and let's face it, all the stuff that we do is opinion. I mean, look how many different opinions you can have on the same person, on the same stuff that everybody sees outside of what the guys making the money doing it actually see. There's going to be a guy that I like that Dusty doesn't like, or Mike doesn't like, or Brian doesn't like. Well, we all saw something different in what we were able to see, so it's all subjective. But so Minnesota took with their last pick, Mekhi Blackman out of USC. I know a lot of the rumors that I was seeing within the last few days was to look for him to rise throughout the draft. He was viewed as a later round draft pick, but then some things were coming out that said that he was climbing draft boards. But with that, that ends the third round. So I don't know about you guys, but I've been doing this for over 4.5 or almost 4.5 hours. So I'm getting kind of pooped and I'm getting a little hungry. But I just want to say, since Nick's not here, on behalf of Nick, I appreciate all you guys spending some time with us. Like I said, this was our first stream. This was our episode number 30. So it was a double milestone for us tonight. Dusty, appreciate you, even though I talk shit about you all the time.
It's very easy to do.
Yeah, I know. But hey, I gotta say, all that diva stuff that I have to put up with, it's deserved that I have to.
I get it, man. I get it.
But I appreciate you taking time, Matt. For your first time on the Outback Packers, like I said, I want to get you and Don on with me and Nick sometime and do an actual full episode with you guys. Kawano, I know you got kind of silent, but I've talked to you enough. I don't need to talk to you anymore.
That goes Brian for the rest of the world.
Correct.
Brian hopped off, but I hope you guys enjoyed what we had. I don't even know what our final viewing was, because we were kind of all over the place. So I'm hoping people watched it. I hope they enjoyed what they were hearing. And, from all of us, we thank you. And I hope everybody has a good night. And let's see if I can end this right.